Rage on that beat, going crazy.
They've been doing a lot of work over because we were talking about DLP. I've got their contract back there for everybody for November through February. We have a reduced cost of $4,500 plus tax on those months. They will only be doing the mowing the areas that are most seen, and they're going to be trimming trees. We're working together on hopefully we can get some street striping done, and then what other brush and other items that we need cleaned up. You guys can take a copy of the DLP contract back there so you can read it. Delinquency and collections, my favorite. We, in 1 week, collected $10,370 in past dues. We have put 29 liens on properties, and 5 more will be done on Monday. Next week, the first notice of all delinquency letters will be going out in Billiam, and members who do not have emails will be mailed a letter as well. I really would appreciate, though, to make things a little bit cheaper and less time consuming, so please have an email in your account for Billiam so you can get all the information there, and we don't have to spend the man hours going to the post office, printing up paper, mailing them out. It would be great if we all could go electronically, but if not, we will still be mailing them out. Late charges will begin on the 21st, and I guess there's some question on that. If you have one account in Billiam, you'll get charged $30. If you've got 4 accounts in Billiam, you're going to get charged $30 per account because it's per lot. I just want to clarify that because I guess they thought it meant one late fee on whatever you own. It's not. It's per lot. And if you have any questions, please, you can ask me after we're done with the meeting. Operations, I'd like to, Jason let me know that last year at the same time this year that we did 16,000. Last year we had both top and bottom open, but this year we did not. And we still brought in $16,000. And that is due to the pipeline, and that is due to the hunting, because our bottom is just about full all the time. And so I thank those pipeliners and the hunters because they're helping us out. And I think Aaron will be talking about the bids on the motel. RV park is full, has a waiting list. The bathrooms we now have installed, just like our hotel has a little card to get into your room, we have installed doors. So you'll need a card if you are renting a lot there. You will need a card from the office because we've had instances where unwanted people in the middle of the night are going in those bathrooms, and we're not sure what they're doing, but we do know for sure that they're stealing toilet paper. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but still, it does get costly. So we decided that if you're renting, you get a card to be able to go into the bathrooms and use them. If you have any questions on that, you can ask me. We also at the RV park have ordered a new backboard for the basketball, a new container for the balls, and for the first time ever, they're going to have a event there that has 7 food trucks. The flyers are back there. They're going to have 7 food trucks. They're going to have a DJ. They're going to have s'mores for the kids, and all proceeds for that are going to go towards getting new picnic tables, because our picnic tables are atrocious out there. So we're really working on updating repairs. We've done all the bathrooms have been remodeled. So we're trying very hard to make the RV park look great. And so just take a look at it and just give us your opinions. And then go to the next page. Bookkeeping service. We've hired Velen for our bookkeeping service, and they've been working with Jason to reconcile both QuickBooks and Billiam. Our goal is to have everything reconciled by our next board meeting. And that way, hopefully at that point in time, we'll be able to transfer the restricted and the historical funds to where they need to be. And as Jason mentioned, the only bank account that we have at the Bank and Trust is the Los Morris account and the general. We close the other ones because they're going strictly straight to Fidelity. And then we have the 3 Fidelity accounts, and then we have one in Texas Community, which we have auto drafts being deposited in there. So we'll see what we're going to do with that. And then reserve study, we're still working on that. We did get one that reached out to us and gave us a bid and broke things down, but Sharon gave me some other names to send out, and I'm working on that. Capital budget is being reworked after our last special meeting. So I know what is expected of that, so I've been working on that. I already mentioned the DLP contract. And then when we are reconciled, then we add the additional GL codes that we've been talking about to break things out a little bit more. The budget will be put in when we're reconciled. And once that budget is put in, you'll be able to, once it's in there, October 1st, you'll be able to see budget versus actuals. It will automatically go in there, and so we can provide that to you if you request it once that's in there. And then the volunteers, again, we want to say thank you, Albricks and Oliver's. I would like to read this. This is from the Olivers, and it's Fort Clark Springs Pickleball Club. Thanks to Fort Clark Springs Board of Directors and staff for the generous donation of $1,000. The ribbon cutting ceremony will be held Sunday, November 23rd, 2025 at 3 p.m. Please join us to celebrate the grand opening of the courts. Sincerely, Mary Ann Oliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dolman, for an outstanding job at the pickleball court.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we will be reposting volunteers still for the architecture committee. It would be ideal to have 7 members instead of 5. And so we will be dispatching that, and we will put notice posting on Facebook, admin building, Creekside, RV, and security office. Again, we'd like to say thank you to Bruce Smith and his lovely wife for the work that they've been doing by the Creekside. And there are many others that we notice that are working out there, but I really don't know the names of who they are. But I would love to say thank you, because without your help, as a collective, it helps the board. We're a team, and we appreciate all the help that anybody gives. We have a hunting special from December 15th through January 15th, 25% off. That includes members and non-members. And then Elizabeth Hodges and I are working on an event so there's a lot of negativity that we see all the time. And you know, Elizabeth is going through some things with her husband at this moment, and she would like to do something that brings in cheer and just happiness, because we've lost some people that obviously we miss. And we would like to bring in the Christmas season and the New Year with happiness. So the day after Thanksgiving on Friday and on Saturday, she's going to be playing her 1895 organ and Christmas music outside the Dickman. We're going to serve hot chocolate. We're going to get cookies, all kinds of junk food. And you don't have to come in. You could drive by on your golf cart. You can sit and listen to the music. You can get off and go and have some hot chocolate, whatever you want to do. And if you want to stay at Dickman and have a drink afterward, you know, please go ahead and do so. And we look forward to it. Pat Stephenson has got a fantastic, beautiful Thanksgiving basket back there with some alcohol in there. And I'm sure if you guys want to buy some tickets, go ahead and support her for Dickman. It would be amazing. And
the turkey's in the freezer.
ooh, I know, I was gonna say, where's that turkey at? But otherwise, and then again, John does a lot of, he brings his equipment here a lot. And I don't think anybody knows how expensive that equipment is. And he spends a lot of time, we really don't mention it because I don't mention a lot of things that people do because sometimes people just do it because they want to do it and they don't want to be, kudos for it. But I want to thank you, John, because you help our hunting out tremendously by clearing out those areas. And we get a lot of people from out of state, from all the way from Houston, Fort Worth, Dallas. You have no idea how many people love to come here and would rather spend money here instead of on an expensive ranch. And that's very, very important for us. I think I got everything.
And the volunteers that help at the hunting too.
Oh my God, Clay and
time.
Lee, they literally built 5 new blinds from scratch. Amazing. Those guys are non-stop workers. I love them to death. They're fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Any questions? Committee reports, airport. No report?
We didn't get any.
Okay, architectural, well, that's in the works. Golf committee? Nothing from the golf committee. Preservation.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is this working?
No.
Adam.
Adam, microphone's not
Yep.
working.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, you can put up from there. So for the Preservation Committee, this month, we've been working on the motel. What we're going to do to repair it. We sent out the RFPs, and to 5 different companies. And we should be able to get those back so that we can see how much money it's going to take to repair the motel by your next board meeting so that you all can vote on it. And we'd like to thank Aaron. He drew up plans that also go out with the RFP so that the contractors can see what they're facing.
Can you mention the date on the RFP?
I don't have it with me. Do you know?
It's December 5th.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so that's that. And I have something I'd like to address with the board. It says here, committee reports. Remember, what do you mean? Who is the committees?
Well, your committee.
All these committees are board committees.
Correct.
Well, that's different from any other kind of committee. I think we need a reminder here of what these board committees do. They are doing work that the board is supposed to be doing. You are responsible to do. But because it's such a large job, you have volunteers who sit on these committees and do this work for you. And that's why we give you reports every month, so that you will know and be comfortable with the work that's being done that you would normally have to do yourselves as a board.
And I appreciate you bringing the information because we have some committees that haven't brought us any information.
So,
Thank you.
Memo, could you please contact these people on the committees and start having them come?
They get contacted every month to submit something.
I'm talking about you as president of the board. Could you contact these people? And if they're not doing their work, then let's get a new committee set up.
We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me make one comment to that, please. Last year, we actually sat down with every single committee, exactly your concerns.
Yeah.
And we had a meeting right here, the board of directors and every single committee. And we kind of went over exactly what you're speaking of. And we said, hey, we need to have better communication. We need to, if you're not going to give a report, then send us an email saying there will be no report. So we shared your concerns a year ago, and we did have a meeting to address some of that. And I think, to your point, maybe it's just something we need to do maybe biannually,
Yeah.
just to kind of keep everybody engaged. And I believe at that meeting, which
it's not fair to the board to be flying blind on part of their responsibilities.
I think at that meeting, we agreed to meet yearly. but maybe we can change it. It's not a big deal to do it biannually. So we share your concerns and we've addressed it in the past.
Thank you, John.
I also understood that each of these committees should have a board liaison, so that maybe the liaison would be responsible for contacting them. So we might want to take a look at that. And I know Matt does the architecture. He's the liaison for that. He's not on the board, but he does keep up with that. And I know when we did our um, submission to the architectural committee, he was a great help coming over and looking at the property and helping us with the property lines and stuff like that. So we need to take a look at maybe being appointing liaisons so that we can get these people coming to the meetings.
Thank you. Miss Elena, she's in charge of the recycling committee and she comes all the time. Thank you.
It was good or bad.
And we appreciate all the money you produce for us.
Good morning. I really don't have any report, other than thanks to Warren for putting my sign back up. That's on Scales Road. And, we did about 5 bales this month. And of course, we're always happy to get more recyclables, and more volunteers. So, but otherwise, everything's going well.
Thank you, Elena. Appreciate
Thank
it. Election committee, Miss Sandy Hagan.
Oh,
My age comes with a grunt. We actually changed the candidate data sheet to make it a little bit more friendly.
Okay.
And they were distributed at the administration office and the clubhouse. And then I asked to have Matt put some in at the gym because I don't have a card. So they're out there. We've had one person, can't think of the person's name, show some interest in the board and asking where he could pick those up. So I don't know if he has or not. We haven't heard from anyone. Other than that, the next due date is January 2nd, when all of the candidate data sheets are due by 5 o'clock. And pass on to admin to let, and I'll stop by also and let Letty know, but they need to be initialed, dated, and time added to the top. And there's a place for all of those things at the top. Date stamp if they don't want to fill it in, but the initial, the day, and the time that it was submitted. This has come up in the past. So we're on schedule. We now are trying to find candidates, and I ask all of our members to step up and volunteer. It's a very important position, director. You have fiduciary responsibilities connected to our association, and we expect you to fulfill those duties. I do have a comment, as Constance did, about golf committees. Yes, in the past, we've always had a liaison, and we should do that again. The golf committee is operating outside of the bylaws, and I will be sending an email to the board on that. So we need to bring them into compliance with the bylaws, and they do a lot. They contribute a lot of money to the golf course as they are, but the people on the committee right now are not representative of the golfers, all of them. So anyway.
Are you on the golf committee, just out of
I
curiosity?
was for
Okay.
years, and when I was on the board, I was the liaison. And then they kind of have gone, well, I'm not gonna say rogue, because David Mann does a great job getting things together, getting money for the course, and I'm not criticizing him at all. They just need, the bylaws require a member from the men's association, from the ladies golf league. We no longer have a couples league, although we're trying to do that, get that back together. But so that would give 3 at-large members. And you don't actually have to live on the board to be in the golf committee. You have to be an interested golfer. Okay, but at least a representative, though they do not have a representative from the ladies And I don't think they have an official representative from Men's Association, although the members belong to the Men's Association. I don't think they've chosen one. So there may be other committees that have issues as well with that, but strongly recommend get back to the liaison system. I know John's a golfer, so he would be a good liaison for the golf committee. That type of thing. So, any questions about the election or anything else?
So the information's out, people can pick up
Yes.
applications, whoever
Yes.
wants to be on the board can get on the election and get ready. Okay.
Yeah, that's, I picked one up at the front office, so they're at the front office.
Okay, and if you need any more, let me know. I'll get you some more. Also, I'm asking Anna to please repost that notice that I gave you announcing that the candidate data sheets were out there. And maybe post it at least every other Monday, and then we get closer to when they're due, and we'll probably post it every Monday. Anything else? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andy. Kinney County Water update, Ms. Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning, Palmer.
I'm Christy Palmer. My husband, David Palmer, is on the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District. He represents the fort. And so I'm just going to give you a quick little update of what's going on. The Groundwater District held a public hearing concerning 2 permits for wells, one for the Langston Ranch and one for the R Shot Ranch. This was at the last meeting, and their attorney advised them to wait and make sure they looked at both of the packets carefully because they didn't have that information, but they did go ahead and vote on both of these permits, and one of them passed. They approved the Langston permit, and the Shot Ranch permit did not pass, but it will be on the agenda on Tuesday at the meeting. So there was some discussion at that meeting about the Edwards Aquifer and the Austin Chalk Aquifer and whether or not these wells, which are in the Austin Chalk, affect the Edwards and whether or not they would affect the Lost Spring. So there was some just discussion about that. And then there was a meeting, a GMA 7 meeting, which I think a couple of you attended, that where they discussed the modeled available groundwater and the fact that it's too high. And so I happen to have I don't know if you guys have seen some information that was passed out at that meeting. Have you guys seen this? It kind of discusses I have a couple of copies of it. So you can share them. I think Sharon, you probably have seen this because you were at that meeting, but we'll see. Basically, the modeled available groundwater is what the groundwater district says that we have available to permit out, and ours is way higher than it actually is, and so that makes us sort of vulnerable to outside interest looking at our water. So that's really important that we are aware of what that is and the fact that it needs to be reduced. The only entity that can reduce it is the Groundwater Conservation District. So they have to actively try to get that reduced. So if we don't ask them to do that, or they aren't inclined to do that, then it won't be reduced. So that is something that we need to maybe be aware of because that matters to us for the springs in the county. The other thing that's going on is that Lost Springs Conservation Association is sponsoring a groundwater summit. I'm very excited about this. They are sponsoring 3 experts are coming to Kinney County. They're going to have the summit here at Fort Clark Springs and to discuss groundwater, the importance of springs, why it matters that the spring be flowing, and it's going to be open to the public. It's going to be free. And here's the information on it. I just would like to ask that we really get this information out to our members. I have several of these and I will get you some more.
Sure, has that been sent out? We haven't done dispatch on that yet, right?
No.
Okay,
Probably, yeah. Here's a couple more.
it's okay. Well, they'll be dispatched.
Okay. Anything that we can do as members of the fort, please get the word out to all of the membership. Anything that we can do to get people there will be really great because the more information that people have, the more they understand what our rights are, what our ability is to conserve the aquifer, how that affects the springs, it's gonna be important, very, very important in the future. So any questions?
I'd just like to make a comment. I went to the GMA 7 meeting and thanks to the board that we sent the letter asking them to reevaluate the GMA 7. When I talked to Dr. Bill, who was our hydrologist, he admitted that he knew and everyone knew since 2013 that our mag was way too high, but nobody has done anything about it. And so we were hoping that GMA 7 would get involved, but they pushed it back to the Kinney County groundwater hydrologist, because all the information they gave them in the beginning is incorrect information, and that's why it's so high.
And it's important that the MAG, the model available groundwater, be reduced, because we can't have an effective drought management plan if the MAG is really, really high.
I
So
think it's like 50 or 60,000, and it should be around 10, 8 to 10. Is that correct, David?
Yeah, it's 70.
It's 70. Okay. I knew it was very, very high. And what that does is when people are looking at putting in subdivisions, like you see what's going on in Castroville, they look at that and they say, oh my gosh, they got lots of water. So they want to start coming in and putting in subdivisions, taking our water. And it's very, very important that that matter get changed. And we have to keep the pressure on Kinney County and our new hydrologist to get the correct information, because I do not get the feeling that GMA 7 is going to be involved at all.
no, reducing the modeled available groundwater and getting a drought plan are the two priorities for the groundwater district. And if we don't tell them those are our priorities, they will not make them priorities. So I think it's very important that we make sure that they remember we want to reduce the modeled available groundwater and we want a drought management plan. So I think a good thing would be for us to show up at this groundwater summit and ask questions and talk to any of the members of the groundwater board that you know, and please let them know what our priorities are and how important it is to us that we protect the aquifer for future generations.
And we're going to try to have some petitions for people to sign if they come to the groundwater summit, that we can sign a petition, and we'll have another letter from the board going out and how important it is. We were just discussing this morning how much money the board has lost the last 3 years over the fact that we had no water in April. The water went away. So our motel lost a tremendous amount of money. And our port and the RV park and everything else that tourists didn't want to come.
And it's really important to the whole county, because without conservation, there will be no hunting, there will be no fishing without that water. So it's important for the exempt well holders, the ranchers that have exempt wells, that the aquifer be healthy. So it's not just the fort that we're trying to protect, we're trying to protect the entire county.
And I have some really good support coming out of Stockard. They're very interested in the summit and signing the petitions. And the rangers, I've talked to several rangers out there because they depend on the spring for their cattle and things like that. So we're all gathering support.
So yeah, anything that we can do on the fort to promote this summit, I think would be really, really advantageous to everyone. Thank y'all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Long.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. So it's going to be at the Kinney County Groundwater Summit, will be at the Fort Clark Swim Park. It will start on December 6th, and it starts at 11. The program where the speakers speak will be at 12. There's going to be free fajitas and drinks. And I think Dr. Robert Mace, Bill Bunch, and Dave Mock will be the speakers. So I have some information on them, and they are definitely experts in the field of groundwater and aquifers. So it's going to be it's really amazing that they're coming here to do this for
Hey,
us.
Kristen,
Yes,
who's Bill Bunch?
David, why don't you come and tell us?
No, you can.
Bill Bunch is an attorney, and he is the executive director at Save Our Springs of the Save Our Springs Alliance. So Robert Mace is a hydrologist. He's the executive director and chair of water policy at the Meadows Center in San Marcos. And Dave Mock is the general manager at Bandera County River Authority and Groundwater District. So these are some people that know what they're talking about that will really be helpful connections for us out here.
Ms. Palmer, in support of the summit, I think there should be some consideration for a plan B if it rains, which we would love to have the rain,
Rain, yes.
but it may be raining cold.
Yes,
So
yes.
if it was hot, well, we could go out in our rain suits.
Yes, and we can visit with
Yeah.
Charlene about what options we might have for that. So
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It is December 6th.
Community council report? Anybody here from community council?
Are these the only recognized committees on the board? The ones you're listing here in committee reports?
As of right now, yes.
Where's the recreation committee?
I don't believe there's one, but that's,
Yeah,
the next topic is community council.
The recreation committee joined with the RV committee, just so that we could get recognition here at the board. And that was a couple of years ago. And so Vicki Lee, who was one of the chairmen, and Steve Fox, who was the other one. Steve Fox is really involved in a lot of stuff, and Vicki Lee has medical issues. So I would suggest that we have the Hochstetters head up the recreation committee. Now, I understood that Sherry was going to be from the administration on the recreation committee, and I talked to her at the front gate a couple months ago about having a meeting, and I've never heard anything back. So I don't know who's heading it up, but the recreation committee is a recognized committee.
Well, Warren, we've been doing these agendas now, well, I've been doing them now for, I've been responsible now for the last 8 or 9 months. There has not been ever an issue regarding the recreation committee. I'm not, to the best of my knowledge, there's not an official recreation committee
No.
that's sanctioned.
There was.
There was?
Mr. Peterson appointed us as a recreation committee and I was head of it.
Okay,
But then when we have got a recreation employee, it disbanded.
okay,
So
so,
we had met with the RV park, so it was an established committee at one time.
But I don't think a general manager can establish a committee of board.
I bet he did bring it before the board.
well,
As I
you know what, we'll give it, doesn't bother me, Warren, you know, but right now, we don't have a recreational committee on here now, so we'll take it up.
Is historical a committee? Historical committee?
Preservation,
It's part of
yes.
preservation.
That's under preservation.
Historical is 501c3.
We have, right, listed as preservation on the committees. It's not listed as historical. The Historical Society is not a committee.
It's under the preservation.
No,
It's not related to that.
It's just a society.
No, it's a 501c3.
Okay.
I guess we need to update our
Yeah,
committee.
we'll have to find the documents.
I think there was a.
Community council report, going back to community council. Okay, nobody? Email votes, we had one email vote where the board agreed to use restricted funds to pay the mud taxes. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, we paid $120,000 more or less?
I believe so.
Okay, but you took the check then, that's why I thought you might have noticed.
But that wasn't all out of the restricting one.
It actually went down from last year. We, like, was
The
it
mud
10,
taxes.
10,
The mud
$12,000.
It was
The
like
mud
22.
taxes.
But only 24,000 was taken out.
24.
Okay.
22 or
correct,
24. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Moving on to old and unfinished business, motel update,
24.
motel update.
As preservation mentioned, the drawings for the motel have been updated. There will be hard copies that preservation has next week. And then additionally to that, there's an RFP that's been sent out. And I'm just regurgitating what preservation said, because that is the motel update. The set that's out there now is tremendously more than what was previously released. As in there was a bunch more work put into it to go out, in part as a response to the one bid that came in that made it clear that they needed a lot more information, a lot more clarity. So that's out. We'll see when they start coming back in. Uh, I've had some correspondence with bidders. Really just one, and one email, nothing. Hopefully there will be more, because there's tentatively a date of December 5th for the bids with the new information to come back. I expect questions between now and then, and also in the RFPs requested site visit, because what the previous bid made clear is that it wasn't, the previous bid was a almost entire whole replacement of front balconies, and that's not what's requested. What's requested is a patch repair replace as necessary. So the whole thing doesn't have to be replaced, depending on the option chosen. So that's it. We'll by next meeting, we should have refined bids with, when I say refined bids, I mean our bids should have been submitted and refined and resubmitted before the next board meeting. So we should have real bids to look at.
I have the numbers, so we can have it on record. We paid $120,199.51 in our taxes, and $24,549.51 came out of the restricted.
Correct. Thank you. Anybody have any concerns regarding the motel update? I just have one question, just for clarification. I know we got one bid. I'm not gonna mention the amount. But I understood in just with the little discussion I had with Charlena, weren't those bids due yesterday? Or we extended it another 30 days?
When we submit supplemental information, the
Okay.
deadline gets extended.
Okay,
And the amount of information submitted is
I got you.
8 times more information.
So then, okay, it's been extended. We have one bid, and that person, those people are gonna get a chance to resubmit a bid, I'm assuming?
Correct.
Okay. And those bids are not coming to us, they're going to preservation?
Correct.
Okay, and preservation gonna approve the monies, or how's that? I'm not clear on that.
Right. Preservation. Well, keep in mind, I'm the liaison to preservation. So as the bids come in, I meet with preservation. We review the bids. We come up with questions. The questions get sent back to them. And then the revised bids and or recommendations get presented to the board, and the board decides how to proceed.
Thank you. Bookkeeping update.
I would like to move the building up into the bookkeeping update and handle the whole thing in one shot.
Go ahead. I mean, well, okay, why don't we do, when we get the building, we do the bookkeeping update?
Let's just move it up and get it out of the way if that's all right with everyone.
Is everybody okay with that?
It'll be like that.
John?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So as Charlene had said, we engaged an accounting firm named Velen, and they have been working with us. One of the things I did about 4 or 5 weeks ago was connect the bank feed into Buildium for the bank and trust. The bank and trust is where all our cash and checks go. All of our EFTs and credit cards go straight into Fidelity. So one of the things that we have not been doing that we need to do is reconcile all the cash and check deposits since June. And so those have all been matched up and cleared with bank transactions, except for like on 27. I think they've fixed 3 or 4 of those now, and the staff is working hard to track those down. Because basically, if the bank balance deposit doesn't match the grouped payments in Buildium for that day, then potentially it could be some error, which is the whole point of reconciling your cash deposits and checks. So that's underway. Mostly all of those have been matched up. The credit cards and EFTs have been reconciled against the bank states and Buildium. Most of the accounts have been reconciled in QuickBooks as far as the transactions go. One person from Velen is working with me to help correct the remaining ledgers that have something strange off of them when they go in from QuickBooks. It's like 140 of those left. I think I fixed like 20 or 25 yesterday. And another person is reconciling the bank accounts and QuickBooks. Now, what we still like to do is make sure those last 140 or so accounts match at the end of April, which is when we launch Buildium. So everybody's account is correct at the end of there. And then after that, I will have to redistribute how each payment was allocated towards historic, restricted, preservation, or whatever else they paid for. Once that is done, then we will have a true number of how much money for each month is owed into preservation and into restricted. On a side note, we are going to switch back to accrual as we already voted on. And we are going to redesign the chart of accounts so that, for example, fuel charges aren't jammed into maintenance and repairs, so we can see. I've spoken with Charlena, and we would like to do like a different code for diesel purchases and gasoline purchases. You know, it might be interesting to know how much are we spending on different types of fuel. There's other things that we would like to work on, such as we have 81 mud taps. How many are we using? Not all of them. So are we just blowing out money every month on water taps we haven't used in years? Yes. So, and also on the electric bills, we are going to break those down by meter and building, so we can see where our utilities are going. It's a fairly large expense of over $200,000 in electricity per year. So I'm sure there's buildings that we're not really using that may be running AC, maybe going here. And this is something that we would like to have in the future, so we can have a more detailed P&L. Oh, and also when the chart of accounts is reorganized for this manner, we're going to work with the Velen to bring the budget in and match it up with the new chart of accounts, so the budget versus actual will all flow together. And that's the current status of the bookkeeping and the building. Do you have anything to add? Okay.
I wasn't at the last meeting, so I'd like to ask a couple questions.
Yes.
Okay. I read through the service agreement here, and it says the remote bookkeeping services is $1,800 a month, and the fractional CFO is $20 an hour. But it says it is the responsibility of FCSA to assign work to the hired FTEs and to keep the FTEs occupied. The hired FTEs will work Monday to Friday for a maximum of 40 hours a week, except for mutually agreed holidays. So what did we allot in the budget per month for bookkeeping? Because this is 1,800, but potentially 6,000 a month. I mean, 5,000 a month.
No, it's 1,800 a month.
You know, I'm reading the service agreement. I'm pretty good at math.
Okay, so are you adding in 3,200 for fractional
It's
series?
potential, yes.
No, that is a la carte $20.
Yes.
The 1,800 is for a 40-hour a week resource. And the fractional CFO is that will be like, do we need budget versus variance analysis, like more complex analysis of our books and such? And that will be only if we request that. There's
Okay.
no obligation for $20 an hour. We're only obligated for 1,800 a month, and it is our responsibility to give them deliverables and keep them accountable for what we need to have it done.
Okay, and then the only other question I have is there a there's nowhere in this service agreement like what is our expectation? It's just this is all just saying that we're going to provide accounting services, but it doesn't. There's no specific accounting services in here that we're going to do X, Y, Z. So is there?
There's a list.
help me understand.
Did you put that in the packet?
I put it-
Later in the packet, there's a list of things that they will do for the 1,800, and it's basically reconcile the books.
Okay, I haven't seen that yet.
It should be in the packet,
No, it's
the big packet.
no. All there is their COI, which is not addressed to us, but there's a COI in here, and then there's a service agreement. But I don't have anything showing this is what we do. Yeah, I don't have that.
Oh,
So, yeah.
I would like to say that we did approve $2,500 as the tops.
Yeah.
I'll send it to John, I'm sorry. Yeah, so at our meeting,
So I'll get it from you.
we set a max of $2,500. If it's gonna be more than that, you'll have to come back to the board.
Okay, awesome.
ladies and gentlemen, what's interesting is that our booking service, correct me if I'm wrong, our bookkeeping services are being done out of India via phone and computer, so that's pretty cool. They speak English.
Yeah, they do.
She found someone, yeah.
Even Charlene can understand
I
them.
can understand them. If I could not understand them, I would not have hired them. I will be honest with you.
We spoke to how many, about 5 or 6
Yeah.
remote firms and about 5 or 6 US based firms and made a choice on one.
Wow. I will tell you, when we spoke to the US ones, the cheapest was 5,000 a month. And there were one company in India that we talked to, I can understand what they said. But the one that we did, there was 2 companies that we really liked. I could understand everything they said. They were extremely professional. And they are willing to do whatever we need. And in that agreement is a 30-day termination if we don't like what they do. So.
Anybody else have any questions, concerns? I just want something to be out in the open regarding building and bookkeeping. And I mentioned it earlier, right now, we are not balanced. Number one. My concern right now, and this is to the board, my concern is whether or not, if we're gonna be ready for an audit, if we're not balanced. And when is the potential date to be balanced? Because the audit people need to take over our stuff, what, in January?
I said in my GM notes, by our next board meeting.
Okay, so by December, we need to be balanced.
Yes, that's my goal.
Okay. So that's our goal, and hopefully we'll have the audit. We're supposed to have it by the annual meeting in March. Is that still within reach?
I cannot tell you that because I don't know how long it takes them to do an audit. Now, we've had an audit for the last 3 years, I believe, and everything has been reconciled and good. So I am assuming that it's not going to take them as long to do the next audit because we are caught up for the prior years.
No,
No,
makes no difference. It purely, the audit is purely reflected upon how organized your books are in the year that it's being audited.
well, right.
Yeah, so if there's discrepancies or because everything's so mixed up right now, if this bookkeeping company comes in and does not satisfy the requirements of our CPA and our the person doing the Coggins and Briggs, whatever, then the questions are going to go back and forth and the documentation has to go back and forth. And if all that doesn't get done, then it's going to really drag out. So the cleaner that they make it and call it phase 1, then in theory, it could get done. If it's not done clean in phase 1 or to Briggs Coggins' satisfaction, it's going to get messy really fast, which I think you've dealt with them before.
And see, my concern again, I'm coming from where we were a year ago. We had multiple audits, and then we had an election, and then we had a meeting about the auditors providing information. The auditors came and asked and provided a slew. We asked them a lot of questions. We went through this whole process with our concerns of the audits of last year, of the previous years. So there's no surprises. That's the whole point of this. So there's no surprises. We're discussing it now that we're not balanced. We might have an audit by the annual meeting when we're supposed to have it, but I'm mentioning this so that there's no surprise to the membership at a later date. Thank you.
One thing that's going to help is that they're starting to split out the line items. Last year, we were on cash basis. It has to be accrual to get this audit done. And our auditor had to go through and out of all the fuel costs, take it out of maintenance. They had to do a lot of work to be able to get that audit done.
Well, last year is still a cash basis, so the audit will be based on 100% cash basis books. The accrual books will not switch till October the 1st. So the next year will be based on accrual.
Right, but you're breaking down the line items, so he's not going to have to go through.
After October the 1st. Like we already have our chart of
Right.
accounts set before that. And we're gonna, I guess, use that for this audit and then break it down for the next audit.
It would be good if y'all could get keepers to get it broken down and when the budget is put in, because that saves a lot of time with the auditor, having to
Yes.
go in and
That's
get receipts and add up receipts and see what goes in what line item.
But don't we need to be balanced first? Or not necessarily need to be balanced? Do we need to be balanced before we do that?
Yes, yes,
So we can't be, we cannot go proceed until we're balanced, correct?
correct.
Okay. Anybody else have any other concerns or questions? Did you want to say something? Okay. Yes, Miss. Come on up.
Preservation is restricted. I don't know what is that? I don't know, sometimes restricted is mentioned, sometimes preservation. I don't know the difference.
So basically, the declaration states that the board can levy additional charges up to 12% of your regular assessment. And this year we chose the top 12%. And of that 12% of your regular assessment, 75% goes to the restricted fund, which is like a savings account for capital improvements, long-term goals, things the board has to vote on to spend the money, not just regular money that operates the fort. Something that's a long-term capital improvement to help us grow. The whole point of that. The other 25% goes into the preservation account, and that is to maintain the historical buildings.
That's 8%. And then 4% respectively.
Yes, so 8% of your assessment goes into the restricted fund and 4% goes into historical preservation, which the preservation committee handles, getting bids, fixing mostly the outside of the historical buildings.
Thank you.
Next item, reserve study. We had, you want to talk about that?
I did in my gym notes.
Okay.
I mean, I can say
we only have one.
We had one person come and do a check of the place of our fort to see if they would do the reserve study. They were out of Austin, correct? Okay. Jason, you're gonna add something?
Yeah, so basically, we went around to all the buildings and showed them around, and they kind of gave us a bit of a quote. But what every firm has said is the more information you give us, the easier and more effective your reserve study is going to be. So we are going to need to accumulate lists of buildings, things that have been repaired, things for them to consider, so we can not have them running around trying to Sherlock Holmes this place and get a decent price out of them.
And that is the capital budget. That is a list of all of our structures and the condition of them and when things are done, as discussed in the special meeting.
Correct. That'll be, if the monies are in the capital budget, that's where they'll be spent, correct? They'll be, the reserve fund will come out of the capital budget. Correct. Okay.
Well, restricted / capital, yeah.
Now, what wasn't mentioned was that they did give us a price. How much are they going to charge us right now for that reserve study? What was the price they quoted us?
24,500.
I don't know that we should talk about that if there's other people that are gonna bid on it too.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm just
I just,
thinking out loud there.
yeah.
all right.
We're still in exploratory phase. We really need to get all our information together. So if we gave them all of our information, they may adjust that number up or down. And other companies do also need a chance to, give us a picture.
I also want to chime in that regarding the prices for a study can vary wildly. What's actually important is the deliverables. So it's not choosing the lowest price isn't the best option if the deliverables don't service any purpose. So that doesn't mean the most expensive service is the right choice either, just to be clear.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Any other questions? DLP update, you gave us that in your GM notes. Is there anything else to add to that?
No.
Okay. Going on to discussion and possible action items. Last month we discussed the fire truck and the historical society. Have we got any updated information on that?
information on it.
Were you gonna call Russell? You were gonna call Russell and get them on it?
As far as I know, there's no update on it. I did talk to Russell. I think the board needs an executive session. We can discuss that. Maybe put together what we would expect them to do. And they can tell us what they expect to do, but we just need to get together and decide. I think everybody is okay with putting it on loan to the museum.
I-
I don't think that's a problem.
I don't think this should be kind of countering since a month has passed by what I was saying last meeting, but I really don't think it's, I mean, we should decide on it. But I don't think we should put together requirements. I think an exploratory committee, the people interested, allowing the people involved to put together, I mean, we have like a one-page thing, but I think, you know, as many people that are interested in preserving our historic fire truck should be allowed to be involved, and the people, you know, Russell, Warren, etc., like they can, you know, spearhead and help put together the committee and get it going. But I don't think, just like our committees do the work for us, I don't think it's our job to put together the proposal for the fire truck.
I wasn't saying proposal, but there are certain things that we wanted to make clear of exactly what they're gonna do with the fire truck. As far as preservation, are they gonna paint it a certain color? There are certain things, and I think it's good to get a committee together. That's exactly what needs to be done. Between maybe a liaison from the board with them. But we do need to set down some parameters about exactly what they're gonna do, what colors they're gonna do it, where it's gonna be. It was discussed that since we have a historical fire station, that it would be nice to have it put on display down at the fire station so that we can bring it out, you know, during 4 o'clock days and different things, and maybe do something to update and do with our fire station to make it useful as far as it is in the historic district. So there's a lot of things that need to go on, but I think that getting with them and getting them to put a committee together would be good.
With all due respect, Sharon, I completely disagree. I think as a community, we have to start realizing that number one, this isn't San Antonio, it's not Houston, and we don't ever need to turn it into that. This is a simple community. It needs to stay that way. We have simple procedures. And more importantly, before Russell brought this to the board, it was sitting wherever it's sitting now, rusting. Nobody cared about it. Nobody thought about it. It was not on anybody's radar. It could have fallen into the earth and gone to China, and we would have never known. And so at the end of the day, I think that there's about 6 superstar volunteers, some of which are in this room right now, and Russell certainly falls within that category. And I think that this should be a done deal. I don't care what color it's going to be painted because Russell's going to paint it the right color. I don't care what improvements they do to it because I trust Russell as a 20-year volunteer to this community that he's going to do the right thing and he's going to honor that truck as he's trying to do right now, pulling it out of a rust corner of our the maintenance area and pulling it out of there and trying to do something good. And we're doing nothing but standing in the way. And I think we need to get out of the way and we need to trust our volunteers to do a good job. And we need to vote on it right now that Russell can have the truck and make it pretty and go on down the road. This does not need to take up any of our time.
I wanted to add one more thing regarding that, and that's why I look towards you. So just remind me, correct me if I'm wrong. You had an issue with it being either preserved or restored. And I think you listed 4 or 5 things that you wanted Russell to do. And I got the impression from the last meeting, you were gonna discuss the plan so that we'd be ready to present at this meeting. That's what I thought.
Right. And as time passed by, I thought about the work that's being done by the board on projects. And furthermore, as just given example by Mr. Wiley, no offense, talking about painting it is not preserving it. And that's the thing. That's also why in the last meeting, the, I understand that Mr. Knoll knows the difference between preservation and restoration. However, what has become clear every time it's ever talked about is that they're mixed constantly. And I can tell you, the fire truck is well covered, although I don't know why it's not pushed all the way back under full cover where it has been exposed to hail. The patina on it is amazing. It's a beautiful truck, even as it is. It would hurt me to think to paint it a color. If you actually went to look at it, it's beautiful. There are things that need to be repaired though, potentially or not. The front end that's been exposed, 5 feet of it's not covered because someone didn't push it all the way back under full cover of the mechanical yard. So hail certainly had an impact, unintended, on the front end of the fire truck. So that's the issue why I can't just like, we'll give it away, because every time multiple people talk about it, whether on the board, including in the last meeting, or the people who want to take on the project, there hasn't been a clear definition. And that's why last meeting, I said there needs to be more clear definition. However, between that meeting and this meeting, I've also thought, there's other experts in the community, in addition to Russell, who definitely have input worth being heard, and have experience with restoration of vehicles. So the notion came that I think it's important that the community, and also that the community, since this is a fort asset currently, that the community owns it. The whole fort owns this right now. Technically, it's a capital asset, although I don't think it's gonna make the budget for capital repairs. But I just think, the more time I had to think about it, I'm like, again, my primary issue is preservation and restoration has gone back and forth in the conversation. And then, I went and looked at it and took pictures of it. And it's actually, in my consideration, really good shape as a preservation object. And so what level of preservation or restoration would you want to apply to it is the question that comes. And that's where I would want a more complete proposal on it. But there are people who should be able to contribute that. I'm not really one of them. So making that list, that's not my bag of tools to use. So
I would like it to put somewhere with the cover. Like if we put that thing out in front of the motel and then a massive golf ball size hailstorm comes and just beats it all to hell, then there's no protection for it. I mean, everybody here wants a cover for their car. A lot of my properties, people may not even want to rent them if I don't have a covered space for their vehicle. So you just leave it out to the weather. It could be literally destroyed by a massive hailstorm, which we have had, to the tune of $100,000 roof repairs and such.
How long has it been there?
Just because you find $1 million
No,
in
just
your
asking.
closet
More than
doesn't
20
mean
years.
it's like.
More than 20 years.
Yeah.
So I've already asked Philip to please push it back further
Yes.
under there. So then that way it will be covered all the way. But I appreciate that we are concerned about it. But again, we're gonna find stuff that is gonna happen that has been sitting there for 20 years, and all of a sudden now it's a fire drill now. Now, I will talk to Russell and I will ask Russell to please look at the truck and then just write down what they want to fix on it. And I will bring it to the board.
Well, let's hope that Russell still wants to do it, number one.
Yeah. Well,
Number
exactly.
two, during the meeting last month, I asked Russell specifically, how much is it gonna cost the fort to fix it or to do anything to it? He said 0.
Right.
So, but he wanted to move it, either work on it there. I'm assuming he's gonna work on it there or near the museum. And really the issue was loaning it to him or giving it to the historical society. That was the question last month. I'm in the position right now to just loan it to them so they can start doing this.
You know,
It's gonna it's gonna sit there and people who want to volunteer can volunteer.
you know, Russell's a great guy and
He's legit.
what he might not be the head of the historical society forever. So if we get it to a society, who knows?
No.
Loan it to a society, then who knows who might be managing that society 2, 3 years from now, what they may or may not want to do with said fire truck. So that's the point.
We can't, we can't govern like that. Look, we have a group of volunteers in this community that are aging. Everybody knows that. Everybody in this room would tell you that. And all we are doing as a board is standing in the way of people that have dedicated a lot of their lives to help this community. We're standing in the way and making it not fun for them to contribute to this community. And this is a freaking fire truck that's been sitting in a barn for God knows how long that I've never seen. And to be honest with you, until he restores it, don't care to see. It's just not part of something that matters to me to the point that I am willing to sit here and stand in his way. If he has a love for it and it's going to better this community, then the answer is absolutely yes. He has proven himself for 20 plus years in this community, and I'm 100% on board with helping him in any way that I can.
John, I'd like to make it clear, I don't think the board wants to stand in anybody's way. I think what we're trying to do is protect the historical society, have something in place. There's not one thing that's at that museum that's on loan that does not have a contract that goes with it. So that when somebody else comes on this board, they don't say, oh, we didn't say that. It is in writing and it is to protect them. It's to protect our capital equipment, although it is old. But it's a protection. It's not standing in the way. It's trying to do things correctly as a corporation and as a building people to do this and just we've told people before that they could have a certain thing if they fixed it up and then went back on their word. So I'm trying to say, I don't want to stand in Russell's way. We want to do whatever he needs to do with it, but there has to be a plan. The volunteers need to have some kind of a plan. We do so many things around here with no plan and nobody knows what's going on. And 10 or 15 years down the road, nobody knows. So it's a protection for the society and for the fort. And it could be very simple. It should not be a very drawn out, thing.
So have y'all reviewed the contract that you have with the Historical Society? No. Okay. It protects them in the exact instance that you're talking about. It outlines that building and the Palisado building are owned by the association. Yet they have their guidelines as to how they do that, who pays the taxes, how things are set up. That's you have the perfect agreement. You have a wonderful agreement that lasts 99 years. This is a simple attachment to that agreement, the same stipulations to allow them to happen. Because exactly what Sharon just mentioned has happened to other people in this room when they've been given assets and then they put money into it, and then we got to figure out exactly what we did. It's a very simple
That's
thing.
not the exact same scenario, Travis. You're leaving out a lot of details. Are you referring to a dump truck?
I'm referring
that
to
was going to go up and down our roads with no insurance or
okay. So
create a liability?
So let me ask you this: we own it, right? We own the fire truck.
Yes.
Russell raises $100,000. It has an engine in it. Now, who pays the insurance?
Pays the insurance for what? The
truck.
Fire truck?
Yeah.
$100,000 is excessive. Number one, and number
You've
two.
restored how many cars?
Don't question my intelligence, Travis.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking you.
I've restored several, actually.
Well,
Would you like for you to come look at my phone and look at pictures?
Then you know that that's not out of the question for a unique vehicle. You know that's
you
not
are
out of the
missing
question.
the point, sir.
I'm not missing the point.
Okay, here, I'll fix it right now. Historical committee has a great agreement, and at the end of it, we add, and you can have the fire truck. Have a nice day.
Well, if you think that's legally just, then go for it, John. That's how little you think about what you say.
No, that is not how little I think.
Yes,
that's how much I think of Russell.
Well, that's wonderful.
And that's how much I think of these volunteers and what they're trying to do.
And that's why I would like to protect their efforts.
So all I'm saying is this is not a big deal. I don't care whether it costs $5,000 or $50,000. We need to let them have the truck and let them do what they want to do with it. It is sitting
You
there wasting.
haven't, you haven't gone to go see it, and you said you'd be fine with it being painted. You don't know that there's a Fort
No,
Clark
I
logo on
said
the
I would
side
be
of it.
fine with
Everybody
them doing
needs to
whatever they
take
want
a
to do.
deep breath. Everybody needs to
Use
take
the
a deep breath.
agreements you have.
Okay, let's go, hold on.
Use the agreements you have in
Hold on.
place
Hold on.
to protect the volunteer efforts that are going to be put in there. You know what happens when people get handed things, and Russell went through this at Dickman Hall. He had to go clean up a big mess because there was a volunteer effort that he had to come in and clean up, and a lot of people were unhappy because there wasn't clear things that were put into place when that went down. And
Okay,
they didn't get it done the way that they thought they were going to, and Russell came in and
We're
cleaned
getting
it
off
up.
subject. We're on the fire truck right now.
It's to
Let's,
protect
okay,
the
got you,
efforts.
got you, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, Travis, I disagree.
That's fine.
Oh, are you gonna answer the fire truck, Ms.
I
White,
have questions.
regarding the fire truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. And to Travis's point, I was at the last meeting. I listened to Russell's proposal. It is not a restoration, it is a preservation. He actually defined those terms for everybody in the room. I know a lot of people do get them mixed up. He actually knows and understands the difference. He was not proposing to restore the vehicle. He was proposing to preserve it, which means to stop the deterioration of that vehicle. And he did explain the difference and he understands the difference. I think what maybe if you're trying to read the room back here, the frustration is that we're overcomplicating the issue. I know, being married to somebody on the board, I know how much work y'all do, and I understand that like the exhaustion, the frustration that you're kind of expressing of like, there's a lot of other things we have to do besides draft all of this up. I think everybody's closer to being on the same page than we realize. I think that we don't need to overcomplicate it. I think it can be as simple as in the last meeting, Russell gave some information, but it wasn't enough for you, Aaron. You had follow-up questions, but you weren't prepared to ask them. He was saying, we're going to stop the deterioration. There's broken windows. We need to repair the windows so we can keep the rain from coming in. And you had follow-up questions, and I don't think it needs to be overcomplicated. I think it can be a simple email of, here's 5 questions. Can we please just have a quick back and forth email about what you're going to do? And I agree with Travis. I agree with Sharon, having it in writing. I agree with it being on loan versus being given. And I wish Russell was here because I want to make a very important point for everybody. And that is that the Historical Society, and I wish he was here because I asked him the exact number. I've heard here's for over $1 million in historic artifacts for this place. That's not Fort Clark Springs Association doing that. And we're having a discussion up here about how we can get caught up with a reserve study to figure out how we can even begin to take care of the buildings. Okay, so we're not even the association aren't even performing at that level. So I think when we nickel and dime on the little stuff like this, that's where all this frustration is coming from. These people want to help. They want to put money into stuff. They want to give of their time. And just like John said, it's supposed to be fun. Most people that are doing this are retirement age, and they were doing this out of the kindness of their hearts and their passion and their skill sets they're giving. And it should be fun. And when it's not, everybody gives up and goes away. And this place will not survive without volunteers. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sandy.
Number one, that particular item has been in storage for decades. And no one has come forward to do anything about it, period. And I've been here 15 years, never even brought it up. Now, the Historical Society, who is their own entity and not in control of the board, wants to fix something historic, which is their job. Okay. I really think that John is right. We're interfering. It's a truck. We like it. They're going to preserve it. My suggestion would be to put it on loan to him, let him fix it. Once it's fixed, donate it. Tax deduction, maybe? donate it to the Historical Society. They're a 501c3. Let them have it. Once it's donated, we don't have to worry about insurance or anything. I had a long discussion with him years ago about the fact that they had no insurance on the items in the building. The association owns the building. Everything inside of it, all of the artifacts belong to the Historical Society. Every single one of them. Some by contract, some lots were donated, and they have them. So they're quite capable of taking care of historical items. And granted, all of a sudden, after 50 years or more, there's this big interest in the truck. Great, let the Historical Society take care of it. That's what they do. We don't. Thank you.
Oh, I want to make it clear. There is no one on the board that has said we are against the fire truck in some form going to historic.
I'd just like to make a comparison of a volunteer project that I just recently headed. We were working with Ford Asset, which was the old tennis courts, which were completely deteriorated, similar to the fire truck. We had raised all the funds on our own, which is what the fire truck people are talking about, putting their own donated funds into this. They want to come together and accomplish something. That is exactly what we did with pickleball. We went out, we raised the fund, we put months into planning it. We did the work ourselves on it, out there squeegeeing and everything. And we now have pickleball courts. If that pickleball project would have come to this board, the same as this fire truck project, we wouldn't have pickleball courts. We can go out and play this afternoon if we want. And I feel the fire truck is the same thing. You have got an interested group of volunteers who are willing to put the money, the time, and the work into it. Let them do it.
One of the concerns is where will the truck be stored? I'm against putting it out in the open permanently, just sitting there with no cover. At least for 20 years, it's had partial cover, mostly covered, 80% or more. That's my only concern. I don't want to see it just setting out in the weather, getting beat with hail.
Do you think that the people that are willing to put the time and the money don't share that concern?
They don't. They presented having it out in the open last meeting.
And that's the kind of agreement that we could have and all the $1 million of things that are in the museum, they're in the museum. They're not like laying out in the parking lot for things to get damaged by weather. They're protected inside a building. That's the only thing I care about. I have full faith in Russell. I have full faith that he's gonna do a good job on that. I just like, maybe it could live in the firehouse. Would it fit in the second wing closer to the adult center? Maybe that's an option. I would certainly agree to that.
Well, I agree with you, but I think that is a concern that could be addressed and solved.
That's my only concern.
So Brittany, not five, one question. Please go back to the historical commission. They have a very capable attorney that has the last name with the same thing that you're worried about damaging the truck if it's outside. That helps them all the time. Please add this to your contract, send it back to the board and be done with it. It's very easy.
Okay.
One question.
Thank you. Director, do you want to discuss this further in executive session regarding a contract and come back and do an action afterwards, or y'all want to table it, or you want to take an action now to loan it to them or not give it to them, or what are the directors want to do?
I just want to clarify, is it going to be stored in a safe space for the vehicle?
You know, I think that's a legitimate concern, because we already see it does, have some hail damage apparently, what everybody's saying. But, they make,
They can do it there, the maintenance.
they make covers for them that maybe could be put in place that are like, that you cover it with in the event of a storm coming or whatever the case may be. Like, this is an easily solvable problem, and I don't think that it should stop anything from moving forward.
Maybe they can work on the maintenance area.
Maybe they could fit in the firehouse. I mean, there's two doors to the firehouse, the main place where people are sitting in the back, but what about that right bay door? Is that not where it normally could park right in there?
That's potentially correct. You can do it in the
You
firehouse.
could pull it out for 4 o'clock days, you could pull it out for events. We could give people a reason to go see the firehouse and the adult center, which probably no one even sees when they come here because there's nothing over there for them to do or see. So we could actually get people to know and love more areas of this place than just the main central part.
All this is in the contract.
You know, if everybody gave $1, every member gave $1, we could put a cover over it. Make it simple.
I'm putting $2. All right.
Sorry, let's make a motion.
So I motion that the board puts together a contract including the covering. No, I mean, I don't agree with the temporary cover. I think
They can work on it as maintenance.
Firehouse, let's put it in the firehouse. It's a fire truck. It lived in the firehouse historically. Why can't it live there now?
I think we should add this to our historic lease agreement as mentioned. Because we already have language covering it, and then the location, I think we all agree on. That's another part of it. I don't know how that, I don't know if that's a motion or what we talk about, but that's my concern, and it's here. The counter is this also. I'm aware of volunteer efforts, and I'm grateful for volunteer efforts, and the majority of my volunteer efforts the last several months have been restoring one of our structures with volunteer efforts that have created extra work in the building. So I appreciate the effort, but even if it's well intentioned, it's costing the board a lot of money and a lot of effort on my part to repair volunteer efforts.
Okay, for one thing, there is no place in the fire station to put this truck because now we have the John Deere tractor in the one stall. The stall that you're talking about putting in is not long enough for that fire truck. So we tried to get the fire truck 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, when I had parts available. And then the board at that time turned it down. So that's not a possibility of putting it in the fire station because we don't have space in it.
Can we store the tractor in the maintenance area with the other backhoes and?
Yeah, we could take it back to maintenance and let them break it again, and then we're gonna have to put $3,000 in.
Different subject, different
I almost
subject.
said they had to use it, just
We're
store it
just,
there.
we're just considering the issue. You mentioned considering the issue of the
I just
firehouse.
want you to know there's not space there anymore at the fire station for what you're talking about.
Why is that?
Beg pardon?
What's filling up the fire station?
The John Deere tractor is in the north stall. The center stall we use to work, and the right stall right now has a trailer, you know, the little trailer, and it has some other storage items in it, but the far stall to the south that you're talking about is not long enough for that fire truck.
2/3 of the fire station is being used for work.
No, all of the fire stations being used for work, even the back part of the fire station is used for work. You need to come down and check it out.
I've been there, I've seen it. I
Okay.
saw it yesterday.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion. I'll make a motion that we loan the fire truck to historical and contingent upon a very simple agreement to be worked out within the next 2 weeks of the board and agreed on.
I want to amend that motion that agreement's included in our historical loan agreement. That's an addendum to, or a modification of the historic agreement as mentioned.
Yeah, I think we should loan it to them, let them start doing what they're doing. We need to get the red tape out of the way and just have a very short back and forth and get the ball rolling. I do not want to discourage them from starting, from doing this project as a whole.
And it's a loan. Loan.
Subject to a safe, covered place to store the fire truck.
That would be, back and forth, questions that we can put together as a board to submit to them.
I always feel like I will agree to anything if there's a safe place for the fire truck.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you can, but it's gonna, if we did it, it would be, it's contingent upon us having an agreement, but we need to get it done as fast as possible.
So we're not agreeing that we're gonna agree to something, we're just agreeing we're gonna
Yes,
try to come to
we loan it to them, allow them to preserve it, contingent upon us having an agreement, but we need to get it done. We need to get it going.
I say no.
All in favor?
All right.
Unanimous. Russell, The historical study can contact Ms. Cavender to start with the fire truck. All right, second item, variance, Casa Baltimore, Unit 21. Last month, we had a long discussion regarding this item. We, as a board, sent a very specific question to the HOA attorney. Does someone want to elaborate what the attorney said?
Sure.
The question that we sent to him, and then the response.
The question presented, quote, please refer to the attached policy for Unit 21, Block 9, CCNRs as a reference. If FCSA is not listed as a declarant on Unit 21, Block 9, CCNRs, as is common for other units, can the board of directors pass a variance in Unit 21, Block 9? Thank you. That's the question.
What was the response?
Response. Yes. That request attached the document captioned Declaration of Protective Restrictions made effective November 30th, 1993. I have not analyzed whether this document was duly adopted or still in effect, but a key provision of that document with regard to my analysis is the final sentence that begins on the bottom of page 2 that reads as follows. Notwithstanding anything herein to the contrary, in the event of any inconsistency between the quote conditions herein contained and provisions of the aforesaid quote association restrictions, the latter and any amendments thereto shall control, and these conditions shall be subservient thereto. Also, I do not believe there's any relevance to the exclusive authority, if any, of the declarant, as the declarant appears to have retained no rights whatsoever in the Declaration of Protective Restrictions made effective November 30th, 1993. Instead, the declarant's prior rights, if any, were reserved for the benefit of an architecture committee, which is a committee of individuals designated and appointed by the board of the Port Park Springs Association, Inc. For section 2 of that 1993 document, middle of page 3, the architectural committee has the authority to, quote, to make such exceptions to the conditions as the committee shall, in its sole discretion, deem advisable, end quote. I'm not sure if there's a conflict between the architectural committee and the association, as your questions seem more concerned with the declarant, which is not an issue in my opinion. In the event your concern is instead the architectural committee, I would note that A, the board controls who is on the architectural committee, and B, the 1993 document is expressly subordinate to the CCNRs that provide that the board has the authority to enforce covenants. Accordingly, it is hard for me to imagine an uncurable problem with the architectural committee exerting unfettered and exclusive authority over the issue of variances. If there is a concern about the architectural committee versus the FCSA, please confirm that it's more the issue at hand as opposed to your stated concern with reference to the declarant. That's it.
Okay, so just to simplify, I'm reading it as the board controls the architectural committee, correct? Is everyone agree on that, or is there a different opinion on it?
I found the attorney's answer a bit vague and strange, you know. He basically shot down the main agreement that it hadn't been enforced, so it couldn't be enforced, and also shot down the premise that it was a
Excuse me, was there,
that the declarant was relevant.
was there other correspondence from the attorney? Because in nowhere in that letter, first of all, was a question posed regarding the argument that I made, regarding that they weren't enforceable. So that question wasn't even on the table. He didn't even respond to it.
There's nothing in our response related to that.
No.
No?
There was nothing in the question related to that.
Right, but
It
the
was
board
only
isn't,
regarding to the declarant.
the board is not required to present the I don't know what you know would be called legally, but the requirement isn't that the board presents your questions to our lawyer.
I'm not asking that. Mr. Jason Long made a statement that the lawyer responded in a letter that you just read, unless there's other correspondence. That he was replying to what we had discussed in that meeting regarding the
One question
lack of
sent.
enforceability. That's what I'm pointing out. So it's just one question sent, and so that was not in the response. He's responding to that letter. He's very confused. I had my attorney review that letter. My attorney stated that he is affirming the authority of the board to pass a variance. I would like this read into the record. This is one of the correspondence that I sent in response to, because you provided the question to me after it had been sent to the attorney, and I provided some feedback. I'd like that read into the record. I'm happy to read it, but I want to get approval first.
Yeah, we can, anybody opposed, but hold on, before we do that. I'm reading it is, we have the authority to grant the variance. And technically, if I recall correctly, somebody correct me, we approved the variance pending the response from the attorney. The attorney again said, the board has the authority to grant the variance, and technically the variance has already been granted, pending the question. And he already answered the question that we have the authority. Is there anything different from that, Ms. Sharon?
It's
It's giving us the authority to grant the variance.
Only the board can grant variances.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. I'm just asking the
I
directors.
think our main concern was whether we have the authority to do it, because
Sharon,
Sharon, the user mic, please.
our main question was that we didn't know for sure if we even had the authority to do it because we were not named as a declarant. And that was our question. He's kind of gone around and around about it, and as you said, he's very confused. But as he said, the board has the right to approve the variance.
Correct.
The architecture committee does not. They have to bring the variances to us.
And we approve the variance pending this question. So
That is correct.
so then at this moment, the variance is granted.
I mean, assuming the board agrees with what the attorney said.
Well, he clarified that one question for us, that we have the authority, so then. And again, someone correct me, we approve the variance pending the answer to this question.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, so
What? The question is, so what I get out of this is that he answered our question directly and then talked about a lot, which we did not ask. Right? We didn't ask about the architectural committee.
I think yes, because in my opinion, in these layman's terms, I think his mind was so blown as to whether that somehow the board's authority would be removed because they weren't a declarant and revised CCNR. That's kind of insane, right? And so he was kind of confused by that. So he's trying to figure out, well, what is it that you're really asking? Because no other information was provided to him other than that very specific question.
Correct.
Which was, I think, kind of threw him for a loop. And so he does ramble on in the letter a little bit, trying to help figure it out.
however, in my opinion, at this point, the variance is granted. Regardless of what he wrote, we have the authority, we granted it pending the question. The variance is granted. And I'm not even sure we can do a motion because we already agreed to that last time.
No, you would have to ask the board if the board agrees to that.
But we agreed to it last time, didn't we?
The board agreed to a motion dependent on the answer to the question. Then the follow-up would be, does the board agree that the answer to the question satisfies the board? That's it.
Does the answer to the question provided by the attorney to the board satisfy that question? Are you satisfied by the answer to the question? Directors? John can chime in.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied.
I'm not.
I can't chime in on the vote, but what I can do is read something very simple to you. key provisions of section 209.00505. Board's role in appeal. The board, this is state law. The board can affirm, modify, or reverse any ARC's decision. Supersedes every document that we have.
That's 209.
That's correct.
My only concern was that each unit has their CC&Rs and put in place because that's what they wanted. I've gotten feedback from the people that are in that unit. I don't believe anybody's
Sharon, that's not relevant to the situation right now. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe we can talk about it.
I
The answer,
I
you're trying to
understand
answer
that.
the
All I'm
question.
saying is, I don't believe anybody in that unit is against
That's even better.
approving the variance. I think if they would probably be willing to go in and adjust their CC&Rs, if that's the problem, but I was trying to get my head around the fact that when we give units their decisions for that particular unit and the board comes in and overrules that or makes them subordinate, that was a problem for me, but that was the only thing I had. I felt like we were overruling what they wanted.
Can I speak for a minute? Because I think there's a lot to unpack here because it's a bunch of legal documents and they're pretty confusing to read in legalese. There's also a hierarchy to these documents. We have 31 different sets of CC&Rs. So the gentleman that was concerned and believes that when they revised the CC&Rs in our unit, removed and states in an email to some neighbors that intentionally removes Fort Clark Springs as a declarant. I have a copy of it, I can quote it, but almost as a strategic move. And therefore that removes the board's authority because they're no longer listed in the declarant. Let's just say it's not true. Let's say it's true. Can you imagine the chaos that the process is that every single one of the 31 different units and sections can get together and change their CC&Rs and remove the authority of Fort Clark Springs and the revised declaration? And you can't run it up the chain like that. So that's why the declarant doesn't matter, even though they revised it and Fort Clark Springs is no longer listed as a declarant on the CC&Rs. It does not remove all of the authority that the association has over all of the units. Secondly, there are 12 neighbors in that unit. Only 10 approved that change to the CC&Rs. So then I could pose the logical question of, does that mean the other 2 neighbors who didn't agree to the amendment now no longer have any rights? And the answer is no. So the issue of the declarant is a non-issue. Fort Clark Springs Association has the authority to approve a variance. And by your documentation, our committee is not allowed to do that. And that's why when something like that comes up, they kick it up to the board for review.
You know, I'm very much pro rentals. I think everyone should be able to do whatever they want with their property unless it's bothering your neighbors. There's only 21 people in that block, right? So you only have to have 11. I can name about 8 people that will already agree to changing those so that I could knock on doors. I may even just go do it to show you how easy it would have been to talk to your neighbors and get those things changed.
So you're bringing up an issue that first of all, I followed the process. You're asking me to follow a different process.
I'm telling you, I'll follow the process and do it for you.
Secondly, it's not 21, it's 12. There's actually that dividing road. There's a different section. I brought this up the last meeting. It's not as oversimplified as you're making it. Once we all start having meetings as neighbors in any of the units, you're going to have multiple meetings. You're going to have lots of different things that people want to change. You have to amend and amend and amend until you get it right, and then you vote for it. That is a long drawn out process. And again, as I stated in the last meeting, that would be putting an undue burden on me to require that when you don't require that of anybody else who comes to you and requests a variance.
No one is trying to fine you or prohibit you from doing what you're doing. So if it takes a little time to talk to the neighbors, what's that gonna hurt?
When William S. Hahn filed the complaint, he started a ball rolling. and have followed the process to a T, and I stand here today and I'm asking you to finalize that process.
Look, go ahead.
So I mentioned this in the last meeting. I don't disagree that you have done what you're supposed to do, but I don't agree that the art committee did what they were supposed to do. I many times in the last meeting complained about this is not how the process goes. But that's not about the variance. However, it's tied to the law and the variance. As I'm talking about another variance case separate from yours similarly. So that's the only thing. I
would really like to read this into the record because I believe it addresses a lot of the concerns that are being brought back up again. May I please?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so for everybody listening and watching, the email chain on this is so Mr. Mendia sent me a copy of that question that they forwarded to the attorney. So I'm replying to his email and all the board is copied on this. And so it had already been sent. So there's not, I'm asking for a revision. It was already sent and I was just given a copy after the fact. Mr. Mendiaz, thank you for forwarding a copy of the question sent to the FCSA attorney. After reviewing the question, FCSA documents, and Texas Property Code 209, I believe it is unwise to ask such a pointed question of the FCSA attorney without providing all relevant information, including the FCSA revised declaration of protective restrictions for reference. Please take a moment to review the following feedback. From what I gleaned from Saturday's open meeting, sidebar, this would be a September meeting, open meeting discussion, and the forwarded question below, there may be concern that because FCSA is not a declarant in the attached CCNRs, that FCSA no longer has the rights to pass a variance, question mark. To that point, the CCNRs were updated by 10 declarants out of 12 owners. Are the other 2 owners absolved of their rights because they were not in agreement with the revised CCNRs, question mark. No, and FCSA cannot be absolved of all authority because they are not a declarant in the amended CCNRs. Furthermore, the CCNRs reference the association and architectural committee. Page 1, quote, whereas the Fort Clark Springs Association, Inc., herein referred to as the association in accordance with the provision of that certain declaration of protective restrictions, the Fort Clark Springs Association, Inc., hereinafter referred to as association restrictions, end quote. The phrasing in accordance with means in agreement or conformity and to follow or obey a specific rule, law, or document, which means a hierarchy of is reaffirmed on the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, where it states, notwithstanding, quote, notwithstanding anything herein to the contrary, in the event of any inconsistency between the conditions herein contained and the provisions of the aforesaid association restrictions, the latter and any amendments thereto shall control, and these conditions shall be subservient to thereto, end quote. Legalese is really hard. The term latter refers to the association restrictions, which are defined as a declaration of protected restrictions. Therefore, the declaration of protective restrictions will take precedent, which is why the FCSA attorney should also be reviewing the attached revised declaration of protective restrictions, which gives FCSA the power and authority to pass variances and make changes to the CCNRs. I'm going to pause right there, and so everybody knows the lawyer was not given a copy of the Declaration of Protective Restrictions. When you read the letter where he responds, he's very confused because y'all attached the CCNRs. When you open the CCNR document, it says declaration. And so he's reading it as Declaration of Protective Restrictions, but it's actually CCNR. So it has that title on it. So he keeps referencing that 1993 document, but he doesn't have a copy of the actual revised protective.
But he has our documents, doesn't he, Ms. Cameron? He has all our documents.
I mean, they're on our website. I mean, what kind of attorney not worth his salt wouldn't just look up?
That's a
We've
great
asked him other questions
question,
on
but
this
if you read the letter, you understand he does not reference the document that you guys attached to it as the CCNRs. He references it in a different way, which muddies the water and makes it even harder to understand. Continuing my email, for example, on page 11 of the revised Declaration of Protective Restrictions, it states the Architectural Committee will operate and perform its duties independently of the Association Board, except that the committee may not grant variances, and member owners have the right to appeal determination of the committee to the association board, end quote. This means that the board of directors is the only entity that has the right to grant variances, not the architectural committee. The motion that was made and passed on Saturday, October 18th, 2025, contingently approving the variance for 30-31 Colony Road, pending a question to the FCSA attorney, stands as valid. Further, affirming the board's authority, part VIII, Architectural Committee, bullet point 7, changes in the unit CCNRs may be recommended to the board by the committee or by lot owners within their individual units. The board of directors may enact by majority vote any changes to unit CCNRs, end quote. This power and authority was exercised by the FCCA Board of Directors on Saturday, October 18th, 2025, when the board contingently approved the variance for 30-31 Colony Road as drafted by Casa Baltimore LLC's attorney, Doug Brooking, pending a question to the FCCA attorney. The action of the FCCA Board of Directors remains valid. I'll add in my opinion. The CCNRs for Unit 21, Block 9 reaffirmed the power and authority of the Architectural Committee on page 3, Section 2, and thus as outlined in the explanation above, the hierarchy and power and authority of the Board of Directors, quote, the committee shall consist of those individuals designated and appointed by the Board of Directors of the Quote Park Springs Association, Inc., end quote. Last bullet point, I think. The complainant and member William F. Hahn, in my opinion, reaffirmed the authority of the Architectural Committee and the Board of Directors when he submitted his complaint to the FCSA Architectural Committee, requiring them to take action, at which point the Architectural Committee must comply with the revised Declaration of Protective Restrictions, which gives the Board of Directors the authority to grant the variances and change the CCNRs. The action taken by the FCCA Board of Directors on Saturday, October 18th, 2025, granting the variance for 30-31 Colony Road contingent upon the question to the FCSA attorney stands. Finally, Property Code 209.00505. This is state law. Architectural Review Authority bullet point I states, the board may affirm, modify, or reverse in whole or in part any decision of the Architectural Review Authority as consistent with the subdivision's declaration, end quote. This is state law and reaffirms the power and authority of the Board of Directors and the FCSA revised Declaration of Protective Restrictions. So I'll say it one more time, I know I'm repeating myself. Again, the Board of Directors exercised their authority properly on Saturday, October 18th, 2025, when they voted to grant the variance 30-31 Colony Road, contingent upon a question to FCSA lawyer as outlined in the email below. I highly encourage the Board of Directors to forward this correspondence to the FCSA attorney and present all information required for him or her to answer the question without further delay, and with as few of billable hours and costs of the association and thus the membership as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. With best regards, Brittany Wiley. And I attached all of the documents that I referenced and the property code 209. I don't think that email was forwarded to the lawyer. It might have been helpful, and I don't think that would have been used. And it did a lot of the work for him, by the way, by providing all the documents, because we are trying to reduce billable hours.
Okay, this is the way I understand. We have approved the variance. We sent one question to the attorney. The attorney said we have the authority to approve the variance. So now the variance has been approved.
I don't agree with that.
Well,
Vote again.
It wasn't?
You abstained from voting last time, Jason, or do you plan to vote this time?
No,
That the requirements have been met. That's to be agreed on, not what happened last meeting happened.
Okay, so the attorney answered the question. Then we have the authority to grant the variance. Yes? Yeah, so now we're gonna vote again to grant the variance or not grant the variance? But, I mean, I don't know what the holdup is. It's not that difficult. Not for me, it's not.
The question is, does the board agree? Does the board agree that this has been satisfied? You have an A. You have a yay.
Okay, satisfied, that means that if you're not satisfied, we gotta go back to the attorneys with more questions.
You need a motion.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, motion for a vote memo, if that's what you're trying to do.
Okay.
I don't understand why there needs to be a vote.
A vote that terms have been agreed on, that requirements have been met. That's it.
But the requirement of the question to the lawyer was met, and that he affirmed the authority of the board. Is that the,
That was the question.
okay? Thank you for this.
Okay, so there's a motion.
I motion for a vote.
Do we agree with what the attorney said? What is your motion?
You have to define your motion. I think that's a fair
Well, you're the one,
question.
fine. A motion for a vote on the, agree to proceed with per the lawyer's letter.
I second it. Okay, I second it. What is the vote on that issue?
All those not in favor.
All those in favor?
There seems to be confusion about what the lawyer is actually saying, so I think that there is a little bit of concern with the wording of your
A
motion.
motion is on the table, sorry.
Okay.
Well, then I vote that what the attorney said, I agree with what the attorney said.
That's not what's on the
Well,
table.
you're not clear then. The attorney said we had the authority to approve the variance.
That's your motion, that's what you're asking.
You just made the motion.
Aaron, could you repeat your motion again, please, to make it be clear?
Motion to vote on moving forward per the attorney's letter for or against. Motion to move forward with the understanding that the attorney's letter is satisfactory for or against.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
You're leaving the, I'm sorry, clarifying, that you're leaving the, you're saying for or against, you're still leaving it
For.
open ended.
For moving for approval. Is that,
Approval of the variance.
yes.
Okay.
So.
Thank
mo-
you.
The variance has already been approved. You're asking to accept you're asking to accept the lawyer.
Yes, okay, there we go. Motion to accept the decision of the lawyer's letter to approve. That the board has the authority to approve the variance.
Yes, but, yes.
You want a second?
Second.
Okay, I second it. All those in favor?
Abstain.
That was 3-1?
Same as
Hey, I
last
didn't
time.
know.
3-0.
3-0. 3-0. One abstention.
Jason, just curious, why did you abstain both times?
Am I required to tell you why I vote for things or not?
I think
No.
that, I think that everybody talks about transparency. Do you have a conflict of interest in this matter?
Since you and John seem to like to attack me on Facebook and in public meetings on a regular.
Okay, it's not relevant. It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
Thank you.
It's not relevant. Thank you. Do we need to do now the variance is, then
It's
we already
done.
agreed to the variance.
The motion is done.
It's done. Done. Thank goodness.
I want to add comment to the end. I want to make a note on my vote. My issue remains about the art process and the way it came to the board. That's not on you. But I do have issue with that. I want to repeat that again. There is a proper procedure with the art committee, both for supplying information to the board and notification that was really problematic with this one and cannot be for future variances.
I know everybody's tired. I'm just gonna say I disagree, and I sent you an email explaining the process and how it was followed properly. I just came up here because I do want to clarify that there was the drafted variance from our attorney, and I just want to clarify, I asked in the last meeting, what are we going to be using that drafted
Ms.
variance?
Marvin, with that statement, it's not about you.
I understand, but I came back here to ask that question, and I just asked, are we going to be using the drafted variance?
If we already have the variance, I for one have no issue with the variance that you provided.
Okay. I understand you want me to sit down, but leave it on record. Thank you.
All right, we already did building update, consider special assessment.
So I'd like to talk about this even if I ultimately am going to table it for the motel. I'd like to just make some comments about it first regarding the special assessment. So, Mr. Long, what is What can be levied as a special assessment? Can you define that for the membership?
It's 10% of your regular annual assessment.
Which comes to how much per membership?
What do we say, something like $60?
Yes.
Something like, in the neighborhood of $60.
So the maximum special assessment, let's ballpark, $60 to make it easy math. And how many people do we have that would pay this total?
About 800, I believe, and 852.
No, it's per lot, not per residence.
It's per lot. How many lots pay? How many assessments?
Oh, I'd have to get, I know for sure.
Ballpark.
1,600?
Yeah, about that.
I mean, 1,060 grand, 1,590 grand.
So we are able to levy approximately, assuming it all gets paid, 60 to 90 grand with a special assessment. Just so everybody has an idea, when bids come in, what we're looking at, what that costs, how much it can raise. And also furthermore, in the event that we have to levy more money for other things, where our cap is, if our expense was $500,000, we could only levy $90,000 one year and $90,000 another year. And I'm talking about this also as it relates to capital repairs, because a special assessment isn't necessarily assigned to one project. If we had a list of capital repairs as we are generating with our capital budget, then the money goes to restricted and can be applied to capital repairs. I just want that to be clear about any kind of special assessment consideration before it then comes up when if we have our bids in the next meeting. I just want everyone to know what that looks like. Anyone else?
For clarification, if we approve a special assessment, that's it's gonna go directly to the motel. Whatever we collect.
It would go into the restricted fund. Perhaps we have a separate account that holds it for the committee so that it can't. No, I'm sorry, not Dickman, the motel. So that we have a special fund within restricted even that holds it for the motel eventually, since we know that's how we want to do it. That's a consideration. Just so it can't go anywhere else but the motel.
One more question. What are we anticipating? What could we potentially anticipate to ask the membership to pay in the special assessment next month? Okay, I'm sorry, that's my, what was the amount?
Around $60 per assessment.
Per membership,
Yes.
That's the maximum.
$60.
Right, so
Per membership, which is per lot.
Per lot.
correct. Yeah. Just to be clear, that's
a lot of
the
money.
most that can be levied without a member.
Okay. Is that it? Anybody have any questions regarding that? I'm sorry, I didn't know you said.
I personally think it would be a good idea to have a separate account for that. Because then you could know what the interest is just on that amount alone and not mix it up with the other. But then at the same time, if you combined it, you would get more interest. So it'd be something.
They're both gaining interest.
Yeah.
Right.
But you would know how much interest is going
Just
to
on
that.
that.
I mean, there are ways to earmark money in QuickBooks, and
Sticker.
there are ways to earmark money in QuickBooks, and we're gonna work on that for donations for other purposes and such, and we should be earmarking some of these funds in certain things. As far as needing a separate bank account, I don't think that's necessary, but
We'll earmark
For
this one.
yeah, just some sub account in QuickBooks, not necessarily a physical bank account, but just a sub account in QuickBooks to track those specific expenditures to make sure they go towards their intended purpose. Yes.
Anybody have questions regarding the potential special assessment for the motel? Okay. Restricted budget, bulldozer landfill cost. I know this has come up a couple times. Was there any additional information regarding that?
I gave you all the information that Karen asked me for.
Is it in here? But what's the question?
It was my understanding there was someone going to provide additional information regarding the cost?
Sharon had asked me to break down what the cost would be for labor, the cost for gas.
It's just what the disposal is.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I did not get in there. I broke it down, how much the diesel was, and how much it costs per month for the roll-offs that we are doing just for,
You know what? Do you have that on your computer?
yes, I do.
Okay, why don't we skip to the next item, which is the employment retention credit. The credit.
Yes, I didn't get that done, so, I need like 4 or 5 more numbers so that it's accurate enough. I feel comfortable presenting it, so I'd like to table it till next meeting.
President be tabled?
Yeah.
Anybody have objections?
Second.
Okay, vote, table, next meeting. All right, potential FCA donation to Water Summit meeting. Ms. Palmer mentioned earlier that, there's gonna be a meeting here on December 6th. In order to provide information about our water situation here in Kinney County. And to, this came up as to what additionally we can do as a board to help the meeting with possibly doing a donation of, someone mentioned, pool passes, another member directed about the issue of an FRM. So that's part of the discussion at this point.
I would like to get 10 FRMs for this. It's not invent a full pass that doesn't exist. A whole new class of service we have in here and just give out 10 FRMs. It costs us nothing to book out 10 FRMs. And if one person maintains their membership out of those 10 people that win, we will win. And then maybe people in town don't even know what an FRM is. I mean, so maybe they learn when some of their friends will maybe win that in the thing. So that's my recommendation is to give out 10 FRMs
For a year, for 6 months?
a year.
I'd like to clarify the donation is gonna be for a raffle. The summit is gonna raffle off whatever our donation is. If we donate 10 FRMs, they're gonna have a drawing and 10 people will get those that attend the summit. So that's what they're gonna go for. It's a donation to the Water Summit so that can have a raffle. And I think they're raising money for certain things to raffle these off.
I think it's great idea, Jason. Great idea.
That way we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but it's 10 too much, 10 too little.
I motion that we donate 10 FRMs for the term of 1 year. We can easily put a credit in Buildium, and then after 1 year, they'll start to charge them and they can cancel if they want, or we can automatically cancel it for them.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Well, any discussion for the membership? Okay. Okay, our next item, Smithsonian, it was on last month's meeting. The Smithsonian is coming to Kinney County. Those who participated in last month's meeting, there's potential that we may have it at Dickman Hall, and if we can, if there's enough private monies raised to fix Dickman Hall and to put it there or find an alternate place. It's all kind of in the mix. We had, at last month's meeting, we had, I forget the lady's name, the lady from Midland who said, she needed to know where we stood as a board. She said we had, when I specifically asked if November 15th, which is today, good enough time for us to know or to respond to her, she said yes. Then shortly after our meeting last month, we had a special meeting requested to address, thank you, to address the memo of understanding regarding the Smithsonian coming and our participation in helping the Smithsonian situation. The memo of understanding was approved at that meeting, and now we're here to get any updates regarding Smithsonian. There seemed to have been an urgency to get that MOU done, so as to the best of anyone's knowledge, is there any money on the table yet that anybody knows about?
So I'm one of the co-chairs for the committee that is bringing this to Smithsonian Kinney County. We have been working with Charlene's team to get access to the building. We've had 4 air conditioning companies come out to look at that. We've been in contact with 3 elevator companies, and then we've got 1 additional that's asking for more information. All of that is just to provide information. As we see it, so let me go with the request for now. What we're requesting is that you extend the MOU to January 31st. And so that we can put in the next executive session in December, the ability to, between now and then, come up with a contract between the 2 parties. We believe that the situation at Dickman Hall right now fits our needs. Now, from a commercial perspective, that's something to be decided by administration, the board, as to what to do with that building going forward. We're simply trying to help facilitate those quotes. It's been a pretty interesting process. We started out with 1 air conditioning company that gave us a price to come out, and it was going to be just under $2,000 to tell us what we had. And we've gone all the way to the other side of the coin after going to many other companies. Now we have a full report of what we have, exactly what needs to be done, and a quote, which once it's all put together, we will send to Charlene so that she can review, and as she's building her capital budget, she'll have information. So we went from $2,000 to $3,000. So we also discovered that we had 2 more units than we had anticipated, that we didn't know that we had. So there's actually 9 air conditioning units in Dickman Hall. 4 are on the top, and then 4 around the outside of the building, that either work in the bar, bottom area, or in the kitchen, or underneath in the storage area. So the elevator works. It is an interesting scenario, and you have to go back to understand the timing of the placement of that elevator. That elevator has never been in commercial use. It was put in as on a private property. There are no records ever that it was put into commercial use. It works as is. The association can decide what they want to do with that. There's several things that we've collected from the elevator companies that we will send to y'all.
Travis, can I ask you a quick question? Because I understand what you're saying, but my question right now, my immediate question right now, my ears are perked up with it. You're gonna provide the Ford, Charlene, us quotes for the Ford to fix, or those are quotes you all are gonna get so that you can get private monies to fix the
We are fine with the status of the climate control and a private elevator. If the association decides that they need other than that, that's for y'all to decide for whatever you're going to use it for before or after the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian, the requirements, we believe now monitoring the situation, it works for what we need.
The air conditions.
Yes, well, so that's what we've been monitoring, right? Is, we went in and monitored the temperature. We've been in several times. We know what the temperature, is going to approximately be. As far as feasibility goes, which is what we were trying to determine in this MOU period, the building is feasible for us. What we are proposing at this point is that starting November 23rd, we would be willing to organize, basically labor to clean, get ready to go. If we do see that we need to paint or do this or do that, we would come and present a common property alteration form. That would then either be approved or not approved. And
this November? Which November?
okay, November 23rd. Yes, this November.
This
Like just,
right.
yeah, this is when we would start working, gathering groups of people to come in, start sweeping, start cleaning, start understanding, can we clean the carpet? Can we, scrub, do we have working water that's how everything's gonna work and we can lock all the bathrooms and all of those things. So,
Now, that being one part of this big puzzle, the other
Yeah.
part is, to my understanding, you correct me if I'm wrong, it's gonna take up to $6,000 to get that exhibit here. Who's gonna pay for that?
that is totally on the committee and it's $7,500.
Let's say, no, the committee. board is
That's
gonna-
all on the committee. The fort is simply providing the location for the event to take place and coordinating the ability to access the building.
There's no expectation that board employees will be over there opening, closing, monitoring who's going in, who's going out. That's all gonna be volunteers.
I would imagine that it would be just like we've coordinated all of these bids. I walk up to the front desk, I ask for the key. They know that, Charlene and I have been working on this. They hand me the key, I walk over, let the people in. Yes, so that is all the docents, all of the programming, all of that is on us. And we've already, this last week, Vegas Trail Region, Melissa Hagan's group, that's who met with us earlier. Her board meeting was actually in Del Rio this week. We met with them. They're very excited. They have some budget line items that they're looking at for us now. It's very specific because of how they're funded, what that can be used for, but that's for programming, that's for looking at transportation. There's several grants that are set aside specifically for that $7,500 to get that here. All of that is on us to do. The fort is simply providing the location so that we can house the exhibit, and in return for that access, there's going to be all of the marketing that's done for this program that's going to draw people to the fort. In fact, some of the museums in Del Rio that are already said that they would come and partner with us. They're going to look to their CDB for funds that will help them with their programming. So there's a lot of things that the Whitehead is committed to holding a fundraiser for us. There is a lot in motion. Meetings have been going well. The library just partnered with us through the county commissioners on Monday. So everything is moving forward. What we're bringing to the table is the opportunity. We simply need the space. And that's why we're asking to extend the MOU through January 31st and then put us on the executive session agenda for December so that we can, between now and then, hammer out the contract of how we would secure that we have the space. Because we eventually do need that.
What's the current date right now on the contract that was signed back a couple weeks ago?
I believe it expires either today or at the end of the month.
You want January?
December the 1st.
Oh, December the 1st.
December the 1st.
So I'm just asking to extend the current MOU, no changes, but then also that you put us on the executive session agenda in December.
So January 31st?
January 31st.
I move that we extend.
No, just in case the fact that, we go back and forth, we try and get a contract together. We run into whatever issues we run into, and maybe we need a little bit more time, so we don't have to have this conversation again. We just extend that to 31st. That gives us 2 board meetings to get through executive session to negotiate a contract.
Let's get the discussion. We got discussions.
We'll just vote on it. It's simple. I move that we extend the MOU till January 31st. Do I have a second?
A second. Aaron
Call the vote.
All in favor?
Unanimous. Done.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Members, come on up if you have questions regarding this facility.
One quick comment about the elevator. It was a private elevator, so when lot owners use it, there's no problem. When you open it up to the public, there are state laws that have to be met in order for the public to use that elevator. Includes licensing and approved by the state, the installation, and guaranteeing its work and stuff. So just tread lightly on it.
Mr. Albert, that's your background, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you did in your previous life before you became a volunteer here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Travis did mention that would need to be done if you decided to go ahead and use that you have to make it commercial.
Before we go on to the next item, anything else regarding, come on up, Ms. Kate.
In regards to Dickman Hall, getting it ready with everything that needs to be done. When you tear in to an old building, You don't know what you're gonna find. You don't know how much that's going to raise the cost. It hasn't been inspected and God only knows when. And another thing, the windows upstairs. Humidity's still gonna get in there. I know, I've got some of those windows in my house. They're not sealed. And so are you talking replacement of those windows?
No,
Why not? You have to have a certain humidity to display these, from what my understanding is. So, and I'm saying it's not ADA. I'm saying the Civic Center in town has everything the Smithsonian exhibit would need. It's ADA. It's got all the right equipment. It's huge. People won't have to wait to get on an elevator to go up and see. You could still use your same resources. You say the county's behind it, the library's behind it. You could still advertise. People come to the fort when you get through looking at the exhibit. I'm just saying, once you dig into Dickman Hall trying to get it set, there's gonna be obstacles.
I'm very familiar with the renovation and restoration of historic structures. Actually, today I would like to take a look at Dickman Hall myself, because I have plans here for how a proposed plan for making it the bathrooms ADA compliant. We'll be looking more into it, but I also am for making Dickman Hall a usable venue again. And to the argument that people that go through town, through here or whatever, then go on to the fort. I know people, the engineers who came here, who pass through town all the time, going to Marfa, and they had no idea that the fort was what it is. So I don't think it's the same. I don't think people just mosey on in here, even if they're on the other side of the highway. I don't. I think bringing them in is different.
Oh, I agree. Someday, have the upstairs of Dickman Hall where it can be used. Many years ago, it was used for proms.
Correct.
That's fantastic. Parties. But we do not have the money right now to do it.
I think you're looking at this all wrong. Think of all the people that are gonna drive by your house that might wanna buy it.
Hey, I'm not a hidden agenda, and I don't think I'm the only one in this room that does.
Ms. Kate, for your information and for all the members' information, I want to be swimming in private monies to fix up Dickman Hall. I'm hoping that happens. I'm praying that happens.
All right. So our first cleanup day is November 23rd. So
That's the day of the pickleball thing.
yes. No, it's not the same day.
Yeah, it's a Sunday.
23rd is the ribbon cutting. It's free.
It's a Sunday?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a Sunday.
They can go before or after.
We'll get back to you on that date. I think I have that wrong, but know that there is a Wednesday work. I definitely have it wrong. It's supposed to be Wednesday.
All right, next.
I still have something I'd like.
Well, hold on, we're gonna have to go back about Smithsonian?
No,
Okay, we're good. Stand by. We're going back to restricted budget, bulldozer landfill costs. Ms. Kavanaugh just gave the directors some additional information regarding trash pickup, employee payroll, workman's comp, roller off dumpster, et cetera, fuel costs.
I have questions.
Go ahead.
On your list here, because when I got on the board, we were fearful of losing ourselves, that they were gonna fill really fast, and then we were gonna have to live off roll-offs and, so on and so forth. And so I did an analysis and figured out that while there is a gap, it's not huge. And at the time, we didn't employ a landscaping company, so we were thinking, at the time that the employees would be able to save a little bit of time and then apply that time towards other tasks. But like what you have on the list here, I don't see the cost of the trash truck, like we spent $12,000 repairing it, or maybe more than
No,
that.
about 28,000.
We spent a lot of money repairing it, which then would have to be allocated or spread across these entire costs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when you get to the total number of this year, we've spent 25,920, right?
Well, I was only asked for the cost of what we were spending to date without the dozer. So I didn't include.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes
Okay.
sense. So I think that we inherently, we are going to spend doing the ERC money, like looking through the general fund and every single bill that we've had for over 3 years, and my brain frying. I did see that there's a lot of roll-off dumpsters on there, and just try to, it's a very common expense. I don't think there's a huge gap here, but it's significant enough. I think we need to pay attention to it, and it is very well could be cheaper for us to be running the dump than doing the dumpsters.
So when I put this together, it was because Sharon had asked, she wanted the employee payroll, which I included taxes and workman's comp just for the time that what the heck do you call it? What is it? Oh, the dozer, sorry, that the dozer was down. So to date, employee payroll is $260 a week, employee taxes, workman comp, $29.90, roll-off service is $864 a week, fuel, diesel, and gas, $408.20 a week. So total through May, all of that combined was $40,614.60. But that's really not what is the cost, because we would pay that anyway. The biggest cost is the roll-off. And that, our cost for that, I believe, I have on here. Yes, $864 a week, so times, I put for 52 weeks would be 44,000, but our current period was 30 weeks, which was 25,920 is what we spent on that.
But some of that stuff that's going into the roll-offs is gonna go into the roll-offs anyway, right? We're not gonna eliminate all roll-offs because we got bulldozers.
Quite good. You're going to the primary, that's what.
That was all done.
So with the dozer, you're telling me we're gonna have no roll-off usage?
Oh, no,
white
we
goods.
have white. I didn't include the whites in there.
So,
It was just, this is
so
just
these,
trash.
one roll-off per week is
Just our trash.
only the trash that we're putting there,
Only
not
the
the
trash.
white good roll-off. So we're using more than one roll-off every week because we're.
We are, but we're not, that doesn't have anything to do with
That's what I'm
it.
asking.
Yeah. One roll-off for trash a week, not white goods or anything else, or brush or whatever. It is just for trash.
For clarification, ladies and gentlemen, our trash is not being dumped at the landfill because we don't have a bulldozer to compact the ground. Thus, we have containers back here. Every time we put out our trash on Monday, they're going into containers and they're being taken, I believe, to Eagle Pass. And that's what we're discussing, the costs. And right now, it appears, if someone can correct me, that the cost of doing it this way is costing us more than if we had the bulldozer to help us.
How much is this?
I mean, the bulldozer requires maintenance, all other costs of ownership as well. You have to factor in what's the cost of ownership of having the bulldozer compared to not having it.
Right, so we're still, the point of this exercise is to see how much it's costing us, actually the difference between the dozer and not. For Mr. Wiley's comments, the delta isn't as far as we thought, like it's closer.
It's pretty close. I'd already done it before, but I included the trash truck efficiencies gained because they're not taking it down the road.
Right.
And they're not spending the hours to run the dozer and all that. So that the hours this has been 2.5 years ago. So the amount of hours spent was dramatically reduced because they're just picking it up in pickup trucks now and they're running it over here and throwing it in a box, right? So you're not running around picking it up in the trash truck and then dumping it and then having to compact it and then recap it because you got to recap it every time. And so the labor cost kind of goes down in that department and fuel and this and that, some aspects. So it's not a home run one way or the other, but I do think we still have to work towards the security of having our own landfill that's working.
I do want to put something out there. Philip did say though that if TCEQ knew we were not dumping, and I don't know if this is fact, that it because he's certified, that somehow that could be in violation of TCEQ because we're not utilizing that. But I would have to check into that. I just kind of talked to him about that the
Yeah,
other day.
I don't know. I mean, I would
I don't know.
think logically if all capping procedures were performed, that it could sit stationary. I mean, that's the idea, right? That's why we have a surety bond. If we screwed it up somehow, it covers it. But at the end of the day, if you cap properly, it should be able to, in theory, sit stagnant forever. So I'm not completely knowledgeable on that, but.
The other part of this exercise is, since we're working on a capital budget, if we had the capital budget established, we would use those monies to buy the bulldozer, correct? So, that would be another capital expense among the other expenses that we might have. Travis, were you gonna add something to this?
Oh, we can get them.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, he was first, Mr. Over.
So I think what you're doing, understanding, that the numbers are very close or that we're in range of what we should be doing gives you the time. And I agree with John that, as long as it's capped properly and we're maintaining our inspections, which Philip does at a very reduced rate anyways. I mean, that was a big cost savings when he got certified to do that. That you're buying yourself the right time, and maybe there are other investments that you could make investments that you can make that maybe don't have as many moving parts. Like maybe you look at buying your own roll-offs and then you only have to pay for getting them hauled, right? And then you bring them back. I mean, there's a ton of ways that you can take and move these chess pieces around and look at what you're doing. The city in their last meeting was looking at creating another burn site because ours wouldn't burn because of the weather, right, and the drought. And so they're thinking about ideas. Y'all are thinking about ideas. It may be beneficial to sit down with them. It'd probably be a lot nicer if a municipality operated it under contract, which has happened in other places. So you're on the right path, and so not taking a big leap when we have a lot of other things to spend money on. I applaud you for doing that, and thank you for doing that. Just there's a lot of chess pieces to move here to make this work.
Thank you.
And we reached out to the city. I mean, so we've tried to work a dump deal with them twice now. And both times we've kind of been met with not a lot of interest, and change, I think change too.
No, actually, I tried to get us a meeting with them and it was approved. They were going to come, but then at the last minute, we were told they had to do it publicly and they weren't prepared for that. They were prepared to talk to the board and maybe do a workshop or whatever it would take. I'm not sure, but they wanted to start a plan first. What questions, have questions, but they were not prepared to talk in front of everybody. Now we could approach them again.
No, I think we have to. I think that'd be a great one.
And
I think that the membership, I mean, I guarantee everybody in this room has said at one point in their life and they know damn good and well it's not right. Right? You're breaking the law, but you're speeding, so you're like, well, it's okay. I think the membership would 100% understand if you bent the rules of executive session to get the city in here to have a discussion with them about bettering the association and bettering our partnership with the community. Like it is what it is. I think everybody should understand.
And rules for this case, there's many ways to handle this. The GM and the non-quorum of directors could go and meet with them. There could be information gathered and exchanged between all parties without dragging them in here, making it look like we're doing backdoor deals and sidelining monies out of the dump. I mean, that's why.
There was no idea.
But that's not how you do it. Like they have for this size of purchase,
That wasn't the
city will have to get bids from other people. And they're gonna have to discuss all this publicly amongst themselves, correct or not? So that's why we should just be open.
the city right now, the city manager, as of 2 city council meetings ago, is under a directive to come and speak with you directly. That's often how these things, that's how other municipalities that I've been involved in have been advised to do. The general managers start talking, flesh out ideas, talk to their board, get ideas, bring them back and forth. You can form what you can actually do is form, so it's not really on us, right? It's not us that has the problem. They can form an exploratory committee that involves 1 or 2 of their board members, and you, Charlene, and Sean, you have the knowledge to sit in on those. But whatever the case may be, there's a way to have these conversations and then come back to what you're doing. And they're actively seeking opportunities to work with other entities. And that's good. I know you all tried in the past. We tried before. There was an effort before that. They're actively seeking this, so now it might be
Good.
prime.
Yeah,
Yeah, and to my
Yeah.
recollection, I got Sharon on our last conversation about this. You said you were going to reach out to them.
To the county.
I did, and I've called several times, and their city manager has either been out or in meetings. I did talk to Judge Schuster to see if they had a bulldozer. We were looking to see if we could do some kind of MOU or something with them. He said all they had was a skid steer.
That's actually no, not a skid steer. What's a mag? It's called a mag. It's something else instead of the dozer. I'm not familiar with.
Like a big compactor.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've already highlighted the importance of this in the past.
Yeah.
And I think we just need to continue to pursue it because it could be very good for them and it could be very good for us. So we certainly need to pursue a partnership in good faith and for the betterment of both communities.
So I will reach back out to her.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of ways to do this, and we may need a committee at some point. And I would look at the way that the water facility was put together, operations, who does what, bringing in under whoever may be good. There's a lot of ways to structure, but you're on the right one.
Thank you. Mr. Ulrich?
At the last meeting, there was a discussion about what it would cost to repair temporarily the existing dozer. I believe that number was about $6,000. If that is the case, then if it just lasted 2 months before the next repair one, we'd still be money ahead while we go through all the operations to capitalize this. If you made a decision today, you're probably 3 months still from getting a dozer on the property.
Right, well, that's why I wanna know exactly what we think that delta is on this, because it's not entirely clear to me the way it's broken down. If we agree, I mean, I agree with Mr. Ulrich. You do calculation, once we exceed $6,000, we're losing money because we didn't decide to spend $6,000.
All right, I'll rework that in there.
Anything else regarding this matter? All right, we're now going into announcement.
I'm sorry.
Announcements. I know, Ms. Anna said she wanted to say something. And then I have something to say regarding another matter after Ms. Anna.
Ana Martinez, and I'm addressing you as a member, not as an employee. Unit 1, I've been a member for 17 years. And I recently came on board as part of y'all, that it was an experience that I'm sure every one of you went through when you became a board member. I now see how much work you put into your positions. I see how the interaction on daily basis, you give all your time, you're our number 1 volunteer. And when I first got this position, I went on and started researching HOAs and how they function, since I have no HOA background. And the only thing that I could say that would improve your board is to start serving your membership. I hear a lot of things like, I don't like them or whatever. And quit being like the government. We're not 2 parties here. We're one. We need to work together. All of us. All of you bring your talents. You're a very talented board and probably one of the best ones you've had. Our membership complains about buildings deteriorating. Buildings have been deteriorating for years before you even got here. Our budgets were messed up. They were messed up before y'all got here.
And this is the way it's been for the time that I've been here. We have membership that bashes Charlena, and she's the most dedicated person I've met. She sends out emails at 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't have to go on email at 4 o'clock in the morning. But you go by here at 6 o'clock at night, her car is still here. So we need to be thankful that Charlena is still leading the pack. I've read Facebook posts saying that the employees, all they sit around is eat and gossip. That's not true. The employees are the ones that kept us afloat when we didn't have a general manager. They paid payrolls, they paid our bills, they made sure that everything kept going when we didn't have a general manager. And there is potential to keep going forward. But I would remind the membership, if they want to be angry at anybody, they need to be angry at the membership that's not paying their dues. Because as I go in there for collections, those members are the ones that are writing on our shirt tails and they're bragging about it. So we need to get more diligent about collecting the dues. We need to have members that will help support us by reminding people they need to pay their dues. Last month, half of the people that were in here, these people get up on Saturday morning and get dressed to come here and see this because they care about it. Everyone here cares about the Fourth. So we need to make sure that we keep our meetings direct, we get to the point, we solve the problems. If you can't solve a problem, then put it on the table and address it next month. But for now, I'd like to thank you for everything y'all have done, for Charlena that's leading us, and for the employees that are in there helping us out, because we don't even pay them benefits. And that's where our money is going, just to keep us afloat. Thank you.
The next announcement, and it's more of a clarification from my part on behalf of the board and Charlena. There was a free stuff table established at the firehouse. There have been some members who have abused it via dumping their trash there. When someone dumps trash that's not picked up, it's my understanding people were left off pretty good stuff, and people would dig through it, and they would take it out, and they served them. Beautiful. When the dumping started, it became a problem. And it only takes one person to be upset about it. It doesn't need 20 or 30 or 50. One. It was unsightly with the stuff that we're dumping. Then it was costing the membership money, all of us money, because then Shar had to get Phil and his crew to go pick it up and take it to our roll-offs. Ms. Shar had explained to Mr. Thompson that we were probably going to look for potentially, if the board agreed to it, another location for the free stuff table that people could take advantage of. That was explained to him before he posted on social media that we took it down and to contact me and Shar. He posted our phone numbers without my permission, without her permission. We were getting anonymous texts about, luckily no one was ugly, about putting up that damn table back up. So the table's not there. I'm not saying that it's not gonna go back up. I'm not saying we're not in that location anyway. If we might find another place, if the board agrees to have a free stuff table for the Fourth. So the big question here is, are we gonna do it or not do it? I told Mr. Thompson the other day, we had a very intelligent conversation. Pointed. And we agreed to disagree. I told him he would have his 5 minutes to explain himself, as long as we stay on topic regarding the table, Mr. Thompson.
Set your timer. It's already gone.
Okay, the table's been there since, I think, in March. And the original agreement was that we put the free table out as long as it didn't get trashy. Then, and I took care of it. I was gone for 3 months and some of my friends went over and took care of it. The only incident that I know of when something was dumped was the couch that was brought up. And I think it was brought up by the ladies at the Mary Sam York group. And Constance came and talked to me about the couch. And that couch was not taken away by Philip. I took the couch myself after it had been there for a few days.
took it down to maintenance. I talked to two different ranchers about moving that couch out to their place. You know, they could just use it on the front porch or something for people with dirty boots or whatever. That's the only large item that's ever been moved, and that was the thing that triggered this whole thing. And I don't think the ladies were pointedly complaining about the couch. They were just commenting that it was kind of unsightly. Well, I know it's unsightly too, and I take care of it. So I'd like the table put back up. I think it serves a real purpose in the community. We had maybe 4 or 5 people complain about it. I have 5 or 10 people go through there every day, either dropping stuff off, picking stuff up. So I would like to have it put back. And I got some other things that I'd like to talk about later.
This is the issue of the table. I told you you would talk, you can have your say about it. What else?
Yeah, but I have another issue, so when we get done with this issue, I'll bring up the other issue.
Okay.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead, Warren. I don't have, that was my
I don't know
issue.
if somebody else
That
wants
was
to
my,
say
that was my
about the
issue.
table or not.
My issue was the table. And now the board's gonna have to decide whether or not they're gonna,
Yeah.
whether today, tomorrow, next year, I don't know when they're gonna
So
decide.
I don't know if anybody else has anything to say about the table for or against it, so I'll let them speak.
Does anyone have anything for or against regarding the table? Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Ralph Hughes, number 11, Conley Road. I'm in favor of removing the table because it is an eyesore until a better solution can be found.
Thank you.
I agree with the principle of offering stuff to be repurposed. It's great. We want to do that. Thank y'all for the board's direction.
Thank you. Did you have something? Were you gonna say something? I thought you, okay.
This is not a discussion.
I know it's an announcement.
All right,
It's an announcement.
let's move it along.
One more thing, Warren, then we're gonna close it.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I sat through all 3 of your budget meetings. And at the 3rd one, when John and I got into a discussion, then Memo called off the meeting. I sat through the last board meeting, and right at the end, we didn't care about what these people had to say. Jason, you called off the meeting, decided it was time to go to lunch. So when are we gonna have a discussion where you people stay and listen to all the concerns that we really have?
That's a town hall.
That's a town hall meeting. That's not a board meeting.
Okay, so let's have a town hall meeting. The town hall meeting I would really like to see happen is we have a town hall meeting that has Matt and Philip available for questions. There's a lot of rumors and stuff about the employees. but
She's in
let's
charge
get
of that.
on with a
She's
town
in
hall
charge of
meeting.
that. You can ask her.
I just said it. He knows it. But the other question that I asked before, and I never got an answer for, who decided that the 12 golf carts at the golf course had to be traded in the summer of 2023? Who made that decision?
You and I have discussed this. That was a decision under Peterson. I was part of the board, but all I can recollect at this point, and this is gonna be the end of it, Warren. I don't know what happened to those golf carts. We got new golf carts. We bought them on credit. I don't know what happened to those golf carts. I have no proof of it or anything else, so I can't even answer that appropriately.
Well, I was told that they were traded in.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. That happened a long time ago.
That happened a long time ago, and we still haven't got the answer for what happened. Who decided that 12 golf carts all of a sudden took a dump on the same day?
Okay, you know what?
And all 12 of them had to be replaced.
I'll blame Mr. Peterson at this moment. That's all I can tell
I
you.
think it was a lease though,
No, we got a lease on the
No.
new ones.
on the new ones. But
And
what did we have an
what did the
expiring
new
lease
golf
on
course
It
those?
was 22.
I went through all the
It was before that.
2023 minutes of the board meetings. I never saw any reference to any discussion concerning the purchase of 12 new golf carts.
Matter of fact, hold on,
So
hold
did
on,
the
hold
board
on. I'll tell-
approve the
It just triggered, it just triggered, it just triggered. I was in your spot complaining about them buying those golf carts on credit. So I wasn't even a part of the board. That's how far ago this was.
So did the board approve the 12 golf
Yes,
carts?
yes.
No, they didn't.
The
You
credit-
go back in the minutes.
Okay,
All the 2023 minutes.
but you know what? It's irrelevant now.
Okay.
Let's talk about current topics.
All right.
We've talked current topics.
Let's get a little more current. On January 25th of 2024, there were 2 bills brought to actually the bills were already paid. $16,000 for a pump and $8,000 for chemicals for the golf course. You never discussed it at the meeting. I sat right here and those bills were paid before we even got here. So you people didn't discuss it, you didn't approve it. So the golf course is one of those things that they can just bring whatever they want up here and do a one-time assessment against the membership for whatever they want.
I
Well,
believe
whatever they want.
we had
That's
an
the last,
email
that's the
vote
last
on that.
discussion we're gonna have about that. He can answer about why we spent that money to golf course. That's it.
We had an email vote on the.
Yeah, I know, but
I voted no.
that's the
That's
problem
not-
with the issue of the golf course, is you people are supporting it. I support the golf course too. In November of 2024, I joined the golf course. Megan Bale was the manager at the time. And I asked her, I said, if I join this golf course, you're gonna notify me whenever there's a tournament. I'm gonna be invited to whatever activities. And she said, sure, why not? I said, I've never been notified about anything. I asked her, I said, do you have volunteers on committees here? Because I used to work at a golf course, I could help. She said, well, we really don't have committees that function as volunteers. David Mann kind of just runs the place. David Mann has never asked me to come down and volunteer.
All right, thank you, Warren. We've gone down memory lane. Let's move on. We're gonna move on.
You know what? You're never gonna solve problems you're not willing to discuss.
That was already
You're not gonna
resolved.
solve any
That
problems.
was resolved a long time ago, sir.
Okay.
The golf cart was situated in 2020.
It's getting rather ugly.
All right. Any other announcements?
I have one thing to say before
Go
we
ahead.
go to the
Go
executive
ahead.
session. I would like us to do much better on the description of executive session items. The membership has a right to know what we're basically doing in there. Like enforcement actions, I could say enforcement action, consider foreclosure on 5 properties. Contracts, consider lease agreement for Dickman Hall for Calvin Beach Steakhouse. Unless it's someone's personal information, there should be a basic description. One word is not a description, it's a title. We need more in there. And I do not want to see people running up an executive session because these 5 things cover basically everything under the sun. And then people show up at the last minute and come and talk for an hour and a half in executive session when I've not been notified they were coming. I have no time to prepare for that, and membership has no knowledge of what we're doing back there. So I would like for these to be more detailed. If you look at the county commissioner's agenda, guess what? When Chad Potts was gonna buy those lots, it said, consider purchase of Chad Potts lots, $15,000 from Fort Clark property X, Y, and Z. You knew exactly what was going on in that meeting. And if it was a concern to you, you could come to that meeting and address it. But if they just say one word, how do you know if you even want to show up or not?
Jason, I agree. And every time we send out the agenda, I ask for all directors' input to add and subtract. That can change.
Yes.
It can change and it will change.
I mean, this is about the 5th time. I'm not blaming you. It's not you.
Well, it's all our fault because we're all looking at the agenda before it
I
goes
have been
out.
wanting better descriptions on executive session for, a year.
And I'm not a fan of you bringing that out in public anyway. I'm not.
No,
Well, then whose fault is that?
who
I
makes,
mean-
who makes the agenda? It sets what's on there.
We work on it together every month.
But everyone's involved with because everybody gets the agenda before it
All
goes
I
out.
want in the
So
future.
I
is
don't
to
wanna,
have
I
reasonable-
don't want that to be on me
I'm
because I
not,
work
I'm
on
not
that.
putting this on anyone. I'm saying in the future, let's not have people come into executive session unannounced.
Okay,
And the list of things that are allowed to be discussed in quorum by directors in private and executive session is very short. And a lot of times people come in that it's invalid to even speak to them on those matters.
let me. So going forward, when we send out the agenda, then we need to make sure that what you want on those items that you specify. And Anna and I will make sure it's on there. I have no problem with
We haven't had a
whatever you
problem.
all want on there. You just need to let us know specifically.
Well, I don't
The-
really know what some of the.
The agenda has changed 1 hour before it goes out. So it hasn't been because we haven't
So
cooperated.
we
No,
will
and
make it more
I'm not
detailed.
blaming. I
Yeah.
just, there's a lot of things that we can work on and this is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to now adjourn this meeting at 12:02. We're gonna go into executive session in about 10 minutes. Thank you for your all's patience and your participation.
We got one more person who would like to say something.
How do you get an item on there, Chief?
Requested.
Any member can request.
I'm sorry?
Any member can request.
Can request an item that on the agenda. That doesn't necessarily mean it'll make it.
Who do I go to?
You can just email bod@fortclark.com and request agenda items. That is the distribution list that goes to every director, board of directors, bod@fortclark.com. It will go to all of us. If any one of us responds, it'll go back and you can ask anything you want.
Well, and furthermore, you have a right as a member to request a member concern, and you can visit with the entire board by just putting that request in, like, I, John Wiley, request to be on executive session. I have a member concern. Please put me on the agenda. And then you can come and sit on the board in executive session. That's in our documents. So.
And Rocky, you can also.
Chief, we're not having our meetings over, but you can stand there and say whatever you want.
Well, can I ask her to have my flag back?
Yeah, you can talk to her.
I just answered you about the trees. I sent you an email yesterday.
Fire and brimstone, chief.
Welcome to my party, we're just getting started. A life is a dream or a nightmare scarring. Hand me a drink, cause I think I'm going all in. Get me a shrink who seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright, and for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows, and we're all going live. Still nobody knows, but I'm a
That's 1, 2. Okay, yeah. All right, they can see you.
Good afternoon. This is Port Clark Springs Board meeting. We're returning from executive session. No decisions were made during the executive session. And our next board meeting will be on December 20th, 2025. It is now, the meeting is ending at 3:26. Thank you.